We are live. Welcome everyone to what is this? The 42nd playtest or 43rd? I got lost.
It's
And
over 40, man.
it says down below.
It
If you
says
can,
42.
it says 42. Okay, 42nd playtest. This featuring Brian Shoemaker and Nathan Woll's Catfish Cultists, aka
Yeah.
Cool Dad Shorts.
That's me.
Cool Dad
Um,
Shorts is a frequent guest. Well, his games have been. I think we've had Nate on quite a bit,
we
but
have, we
I
have.
think this is our first actual Brian appearance.
I think
It
so.
is. It is.
Let's say hi to our star-studded panel, and then we'll come back and say welcome and hello to Brian. Jack, kick us off.
Sure. Jack Dunbar, New Kingdom Gaming, frequent playtester, sometimes co-host, and happy to be here. Brian actually was one of my very first developers for my first game, New Kingdom
Ooh.
Gardeners. Helped me out a ton. Basically was
Yeah.
like, you need to redo everything. And I'm like, okay.
Yes, sir.
That sounds exactly what happened.
Yep.
And
And
now
I'm
you
super
have
grateful.
a successfully kickstarted game.
Yep. Yeah.
Heck yeah. Trevor.
Hey, I am Trevor Olson. I am also a game designer and working mainly on Alcatraz Escape the City. There's probably a link somewhere down below, so check it out.
There is a link down below. Zugagames.com, I think. Sasha.
Hello, I'm Sasha Jelton. I am also a designer. S&E Games is the my sort of duo with my buddy Eric.
Mm-hmm.
We have a couple different designs that we're working on. DevCut we've brought on the show a couple times, and I'm going to be going to Origins with that prototype and also prototype for another game that we worked on for a long time called Depletion.
Is that this one?
That's the
Space one where you're traveling?
Yeah.
Okay. Welcome, Sasha. I'm Evan Halbert. I have one game you should go buy multiple copies of because everybody needs multiple copies of After the Empire. If you put the boards together, you make one large. No, I'm just kidding. Just buy a bunch. And then hopefully next year I will have two games coming out, maybe three. We'll see what the heck happens. Who knows? You never know. But our featured designer guest this evening is one Brian Shoemaker. Welcome, sir. Tell us about yourself.
Hello. I'm Brian Shoemaker, or Cool Dad Shorts. Either way, whatever you yell,
Nice.
I'm gonna respond to.
Mhm.
Been around for a while. You name it, I've pretty much done it. Right now, I primarily focus on Glass Shoe Games, which is my small publishing company. We got our 5th game on Kickstarter. If anybody wants to check it out, called Samson and Delilah.
Yeah.
And apart from that, I run a board game marketing agency called Blonde Unicorn Marketing. I'm not the blonde unicorn, my wife is. I'm
Aw,
just,
man.
I'm just the hired hand behind everything.
That's fair.
But apart from that, yeah, that's me. Like I said,
Awesome.
you name it, I've probably done it.
Sweet.
Well, welcome. What can you tell us about this design, or do you just want to go straight into the pitch?
Oh, you can. Sure. Yeah, let's do that. We'll go. Well, yeah.
Bam.
So
Okay.
this is Catfish
Straight on
Cultists.
it.
Bam.
So we've been working on, me and Nate have worked on this for about 3 years now. We gets a lot of interest from publishers. We have to fix it, so we keep redoing it. And this is the version where we've gotten it to the point where, there's not a lot of questions about the gameplay, the mechanics that doesn't have an answer. So this is where we're at this point.
Right.
So mainly because we're going to Origins next week, I'll be play testing it, pitching it. So mainly the main feedback I need to know is a lot of from first timers.
That's
so
us.
the thing, yeah.
Unless Jack, has he played this?
No, I haven't.
Okay, perfect.
You just
So
you just want us to give our initial impressions of the theme and
well, sort of. So a few questions that have come up is everybody has an asymmetric deck, which I'll get to here in a little bit. So everybody has a different deck that interacts with the gameplay differently. But I mean, like everything else is the same. So a lot of my feedback I need to know is if that's confusing, because we went back and forth on having everybody has the same deck versus everybody has an asymmetric deck. And it comes down to kind of 50-50.
Yeah.
But it comes down to the asymmetric decks are a lot more fun to play.
Well, that sounds like you've got your answer right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it's half and half and one way's better, well.
So, and because
Go
like I
the
said,
better way. Do the better
I'm
thing.
doing-
exactly.
Yeah, I'm doing a lot of pitching and playtesting next week, so I'm hoping to
Cool.
get a little bit of feedback, make it easier
Yeah.
to teach next week.
Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Well, go ahead and teach us how to play this game.
Yeah, so in Catfish Cultists, we are all in the same cult of catfish. And we're trying to become the leader of the cult.
Of course.
And that's the game.
Cool.
That's what we're doing.
Okay, let's play.
How do we play?
So the turns are very simple. What you're going to do is you're going to draw 5 cards, and you're going to play those 5 cards face down onto your board. If you follow on the blue board,
Yeah.
I'll do all my little tabby tabs down here.
Perfect.
So what's going to happen is we're going to draw 5 cards, and then you're going to play those cards face down. Now, where you play those cards at on the board is what ability you're going to use on the card. All the cards here are multi-use. They're all pretty simple, so I'll go over it pretty quickly. The top one here is going to be gather, so that's going to be the little shell icon in the top. Whatever number for gather is, you're going to give those shells to the person on your left.
Okay.
So Evan here, he played 2. He would give 2 shells over to green.
Cool.
Cool.
I would never do that.
Yeah, those are going to be between 1 and 3 for the shells. Next is going to be your recruit here. So whatever color you place there, that's going to be a different new recruit for your cult. And you would take a purple follower, which are these colors on the left side of the board here. Oops, I don't want that. There we go. So you would take a purple follower.
Cool.
So followers, the reason why you want them at the end of the game, you're going to get 7 of the little victory points for each set of 5 different followers you have at the end of the game. So at the end of the game, you have 1, 2, 2. You have 1 of each color, you're going to get 7 points at the end of the game.
Cool.
If you have 3 of the same color, you're going to get 4 points. And I want to note those do not stack.
You have to decide what you're using each piece for.
Yep.
Yeah, got it.
So you're essentially turning them in at the end of the game. So let's say you turn in these 5. Boom. Come on. There we go. Turn those 5, you get 7 points.
Cool.
Simple little set collection. That part makes sense.
Yeah, totally. So we have build, sacrifice, and ritual.
Yep. I'm gonna get into ritual last because that's the one you'll need to pay attention to the most. When you do these, you'll do them in order from top. You'll go from gather, recruit, ritual, build, and sacrifice. You know what?
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
let's go into ritual. It's not too
Okay.
bad. So ritual, you're gonna take the action on your card there. So this
Pay
is
a
the
shell
only.
to embrace the light and gain 2 victory points.
So this is what's going to be different in everybody's deck. Like your build, sacrifice, recruit, and gather, those are all the same. Everybody has unique rituals for each card. So you would do what is on the card, which I'll explain some of those here in a second. Next, we're going to jump into build. So build is going to be how we place our cubes out onto the board to score points. So if you place the Intercessor Cultists, which Nate named all these, so if any of the names are weird, blame Nate.
Obviously.
Okay.
You would
That's
place.
just a general rule in my life.
Yeah, I blame Nate on everything.
Yeah.
You would place 3 cubes. So those 3 cubes have to go into one of the the monuments up here. So there's 5 different monuments. So if you put 3, they all have to go into the same one. You can place them anywhere. The green and the orange is just for 3 and 4 players. So since we're playing a 4-player game, you can place your cubes in any of the slots there.
Okay. Are they, once a cube is there, is that space fully occupied, or can cubes stack in those spaces, or you can have multiple cubes in a space, or no?
Those are going to be fully occupied.
Okay.
And then I'll get to those here in a second. Lastly is going to be sacrifice. So the card you put in sacrifice is going to be removed from the game. So keep that in mind, because this is deck deconstruction. So whatever card you put here, it's gone. Finito, it ain't coming back. So you're going to take this and move it to the spot up there. At the end of the round, after everybody's taken their turn, whoever has the oldest catfish is going to get 5 points, and second is going to get 2 points for the highest sacrifice.
Oldest
can-
catfish?
Yeah.
Highest number.
Yeah, the highest number.
Got it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that number is to represent how old the catfish is. So the highest number gets 5 and second gets 2. Now you're also going to notice there's this cool little tracker there. You can help make your catfish older, give it a higher number, by using some of your clams. So this is going to be secret. So you're going to, let's say I want to give 2. So it's going to look like this here. So what happens is when I flip this over, move that up, I pay my 2, put on there. So they're back to 0, and then now it's a 12.
How do you do that secretly?
In TTS, just don't stare at everybody else's board. In TTS, I'm not sure how to really do that secretly. Normally, in the gameplay, when you put your card down, you have a little token that you slide or not slide. So in TTS, I'm not really sure. Just don't stare at everybody's board.
Fair enough.
And that's how a turn works. So does turns make sense?
Mhm.
Perfect. All right, so how we score points is once these rooms are filled here, they're gonna score based off of the numbers at the bottom here. So whoever has the most cubes when Sanctuary is filled is gonna get 5 points, and second is gonna get 3.
Each turn?
No, just when it's filled once.
Oh, okay.
And then you're gonna do that till every single one is filled. So when one is filled, it stays filled until every single thing is filled. So they don't clear until every single temple is filled up. Now there is cards. Everybody has.
And then they slide to the next number.
No, so what? Everybody has 2 cards in their deck, which I'm trying to find it. There we go. This one right here. So when everybody has 2 cards in their deck that says beautify a temple room, but it's gonna be in a different way. But whenever you see one that says beautify a temple room, that means to bump that up there to increase the points. And it's also good to note, once these all fill up and clear, these still stay up there. Those don't reset. And the board in a 4-player game should clear at least twice. Does that make sense?
Think so.
What's the Sacred Flame?
Sacred Flame. Sacred Flame is turn order, and it also breaks all ties.
Okay. And that
So
can
it's
be reset. So like pink is first in turn order in this
Yep.
scheme.
Yep,
Okay.
so if you look at like the student cultist down here, so when it says
Yeah.
embrace the flame, that means that you bump up to first.
Ah,
So if
okay.
blue down here, Evan played that card, he would embrace the flame. So he would bump up to the 1 spot, and then everybody else would
Yeah.
get shifted back.
Are they Zoroastrian?
Oh, what?
Nah, Sacred Flame.
I
Weird.
don't know.
It's an ancient monotheistic thing. Anyway, sorry.
I don't know what that means. You can't confuse me. It's late. I'm
Also
old,
known
Evan.
as Zarathustra.
Getting old. Yeah, so Sacred Flame is very important. So if there's ever a tie, so if there's a tie in the Sanctuary, whoever has a Sacred Flame gets it. If there is ties, which are very common for Sacrifice, whoever is closest to Sacred Flame gets the tie.
Mm. Okay.
Cool.
Sweet.
That's pretty much it.
Cool.
Do you just play until you run out of cards?
You'll have 10 turns.
Oh,
You'll have 10 turns and you'll play till you have 5 cards left in your deck. Everybody has 15 cards in their deck.
okay. Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
Sounds good.
that
Do we-
is
You're
Shuffle our-
cycling. Yeah, you're cycling through the deck just like a deck builder, right?
correct, yeah. Same concept as a deck builder,
Except backwards.
except backwards, yeah, and the card. So the thing that one of our original ideas when we started this is we really wanted a deck deconstruction game, but we wanted your card that you're getting rid of to basically make you really sad because your card's really good. So the
Nice.
whole point is you got that like constant struggle of, oh man, do I really want to get rid of this? Do I want to get rid of this because I really like it? But you have to get rid of it.
Mhm.
So all the cards in your deck should be good in one way or the other.
Nice.
Um,
Okay.
Did I miss the in-game triggers?
There's gonna be 10 turns. So when you
Uh,
have 5
okay.
cards left, that's when it's over.
Got it.
Is it over at the end of that turn?
Yep.
Okay. So
So
when you have
we'll-
5 cards, you play those cards and then the game is over.
When you have 6 cards.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay.
Yep. So you'll play it'll be 10 turns.
Okay. Sweet.
Should we do it?
Like I said, I just want to double check because something that gets missed, like I said, for recruit, you cannot use diversity and unity together. You can only use your followers for one or the other. Then yeah, that's it.
You take those points as you get them, you have to decide, or how does that work?
That'll be at the end of the game. There's a lot of cards that let you exchange followers and things like that.
And these temples essentially are area control.
Yep, it's all gonna be area control.
Is there any way to bump somebody out? Do we have any cards that let you bump?
There is.
Okay.
It is good to know, once a temple is filled, you can't remove one of your own cubes or somebody else's. So once a temple has been fully completed, no other cubes can go there.
Do those points get scored immediately right then, like once it gets filled, or do they?
Yep.
Okay, got it.
So let's say yellow
Whoa.
really wanted the holy book room and nobody else wanted the holy book room. So once this is filled, it immediately scores. So yellow would get 3 points. Nobody was in second, so nobody gets 3 points.
How do ties work?
Ties go off the Sacred Flame.
Got it.
So if 2 people are tied, whoever's closest to the Sacred Flame gets first, and if there's a tie for second, who's ever closest to Sacred Flame gets second. So then now the holy book room is filled, so now you can't play, touch, or do anything to the holy book room because your monument has been built. So then you have to go elsewhere.
Sweet.
When you're
Top
doing,
five.
when you're doing gather, so, oh, come on. So I would be giving, well, I'm not Evan, but essentially I would be giving Jack 3 shells to play this. What does it get me to play this?
The shells? That is good to note. So a lot of your cards are gonna require shells.
Mhm.
So like the Playtest Cultists.
Messing with me.
Playtest Cultists, you pay 3 shells, you're gonna get 5 points. The Cultist here, you pay 1 shell to beautify a room. pay 1 shell to embrace the flame and get 2 victory points.
So in
It
general, you
seems
just
to me,
want to play the lowest shell number.
yeah.
Is
It
Essentially,
seems-
yes.
Yeah, it seems to me like what you want to do with gather is you want to, that's a card that you want to use for something else later that you don't want to sacrifice. You put it in the gather spot.
So the
Yeah, so
gather, the gather is just giving stuff to my neighbor. That's all
Yeah.
I'm doing with gather.
Correct.
Okay.
generally not good, but
Okay,
so that's why
got
you did the lowest number 1.
All right.
You generally want to give them the lowest number, but let's say you have a really good build, ritual, and recruit that you want to do. You know, it just happens that way. But
Fair
yeah,
enough.
so all your shells are gonna be, like I said, pretty much a lot of these cards require, oops. You know, that one's pay 2. And then, like I said, also with your shells, you can bump up your sacrifice up to 3. So you can also use 3 shells to make your sacrifice stronger.
Sweet.
Any
I'm
more-
excited to become the grand catfish.
Mhm.
Yeah. The starting shells, what are we supposed to have?
They should all be set up. So Trevor, you're first. Yes, you should have 4. Blue second should have 5. Yellow 6, and green should have 7.
9.
I cheated. No, I got the gather from Evan in the tutorial.
Oh,
Should have 7. Perfect.
I'm
Yeah,
supposed
so
to have
that's
5. Is that true?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, because you're gonna be the second player up there.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Nice.
Any
Alright,
more
let's-
questions before we begin?
my one question is how
Yeah.
do you determine player order in your rule book for the beginning of the game?
Take everybody's cube, give it a little shuffle, and
Got
just drop it.
Oh. It's not who has the widest mouth because
Who's actually jumped into a river and noodled a catfish? No.
Who was most recently closest to the sacred flame?
Yeah.
I'd be okay. I'd be okay with whoever has the longest whiskers
I
because
like that
I
one
think
too.
Brian would be me, but
Yeah.
Somebody-
Sasha's pretty close.
Somebody originally wanted to make this some kind of cooking game instead of, so you're sacrificing to the deep fryer, you're deep frying your catfish. And I was like, it's funny, but I'm not redoing everything.
Nice.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you just start by drawing 5 cards. And then playing those 5 cards face down on your board.
Okay.
There shouldn't be any cards that are too complicated, but if you have any questions about them, let me know and I should be able to. Oh wait, I gotta make myself the game master, don't I? There we go. If you have any questions about a card, let me know and I'll look at it here.
Sacrifice is the one where it goes away and doesn't come back, right?
Correct. Yeah, and the first few turns, you're gonna be kind of learning the cards.
Mhm.
Hmm. Mhm. Mhm. Well,
What's the I might be able to just see. Hold on. No. What's the ore looking thing on the cards?
that's
Uh,
built.
The which card are you talking about?
The cubes.
Yeah, the cubes.
Cubes go here. But just that number of cubes go.
Oh, that's just
on
that's
on
just
the
just a cube.
on the right side.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, the right side is your cube for your build. That's gonna be
Okay,
how many cubes you can place out here for the area control part.
gotcha. Mhm.
Okay.
Hmm.
What happens if you get to, well, I assume I know what happens, actually.
If you go to, say you want to put 3 for sacrifice and you don't have the clams once you get there,
Yeah, do you just pay as many as you have?
yeah, you just pay as many as you have.
Okay, fair. Fair.
You just
What
get,
if
you just can't pay less. So if you put
Yeah.
3 and you're like, I actually want to put 1, that you can't do. You have to pay at least 3. But if you
Okay,
put 3 and you have 1 left, you do have to pay that 1.
so I assume the same is true of gather. Like if you don't have any clams, you don't pass clams.
Gather comes from the bag here. It doesn't come from yours.
Oh,
Yeah, no, you're not giving somebody else your clams. You're just giving them clams from the bag here.
okay. Yeah, see, I
Oh,
thought that was
okay.
odd. I was like,
Yeah, no.
though interesting.
I thought the same thing.
I also
That
thought
really-
that.
That almost got me. That almost paralyzed me.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Let me note myself to make sure I
Yeah.
emphasize that during the playtest.
Yeah. From the bag,
Yeah, different sort of icon probably.
the shell
Uh,
bag.
Is everybody ready?
Oh, yeah.
Good.
Sure.
So do we resolve them top
And
left to right?
So what happens is, so we're gonna go in turn order of resolve. So pink would be Trevor, so he would go first. So you would flip over all 5 of your cards and then go from top and then left to right.
Okay, so I give a shell to
Thank you.
Sasha.
Yep.
I take a purple follower. I take 3 cubes and put them in a, or what do I do? Let me read
So
it.
that one, you're gonna do your action in the middle there.
Oh, right. I gain 1 point. Sounds like.
Yep.
And then, and 2 shells, and I have already embraced the light, so I'm really embracing the light.
Trevor's
I got-
winning. Get him.
You got your second one there.
Get him.
Then go on to your build now.
And then this is the build. So place the cubes in, they all have to go in the same tempo.
Correct. You can also, so let's say one needs like 2 to be filled and you have a 3. You can still place it there, but the other one is just wasted is all.
Okay.
Wasted.
Do I start at the bottom? Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Here.
Now.
And then the last thing is my
Oh man,
thing. So I'm
I
going to
messed up.
put that over there.
I messed up. What are you gonna do?
And then you don't have anything there, so your turn is good. So now we're on to blue to Evan.
Blue to me. So you get 2. I get a purple.
Yep.
I pay 3 clammos for
Yeah.
5 buccarinos. I take 2 cubes and put them anywhere in particular.
Wherever you think is best.
I mean, obviously,
As long as they're on the same building.
As long as they're on the same building.
obviously this is best. What is best, Conan? Okay, and then go like this. And I actually had planned on spending one of these, but I forgot to move my thing, so I'm done.
All right, and now next is yellow, Sasha.
Okay, this seems a little bit wild, but we'll go for it. Okay, first Evan gets 2, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Crazy.
crazy.
And then I get
Lobster
one of
claw.
these followers. I guess I would turn all these up. Now I discard any follower to perform the rituals on the cultist you sent to build and recruit. So
Yeah.
I discard this, and then I'll perform this ritual. So give an opponent 1 shell. I'll give Trevor a shell because he gave me shells.
Discard any follower to
and
perform the
gain
rituals on the cultist you sent.
This and this, and then also gain 2 followers of the sect on the cultist you sent to gather. So then I also get
Sasha's
2 of
winning.
these.
Yep. Don't worry,
Sasha's
everybody
winning.
everybody has cards that let them interact with
No.
their with their decks that way.
Nope, it's over.
And then I get 3 QBs. 1, 2, 3.
Wait, so what are you discarding?
Huh?
Did you discard your claw man?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And then I got another claw man.
Yeah, like I said, everybody has cards that'll do the fun double interactions and such.
Ooh, pamphleteer.
Gross.
Yeah, Nate named some things weird.
I like it.
Hey, man. Somebody's got to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I could be the one to do it, but I just don't.
Somebody's got to hand out the pamphlets, I'm saying.
I have to do the graphic design
yeah.
on some of the stuff.
And then I am doing a 4.
Oh, see, I should have done my one extra. I would have won it.
I know.
Oh,
I
and
should
you
have
merge your
also.
catfish. All right, now we're on to Jack.
Sweet. Give 1
Yeah, just give him 1.
to Trevor. I get a fishhook guy.
Fisher guy.
I do the thing here. Pay 3 to take the gather, build, and recruit action twice this turn.
Whoa.
So
Seems
pay
really
3 to take the gather. So I'll give Trevor another one.
Yep.
Recruit, take another guy. And build action, I get to build 6.
Whoa.
You do.
Or build 3 and build 3.
Yeah.
Or build 3 and build 3 like a boss.
They do have
You know
stat
what?
points. I got you.
3, 4, 5, 6. Hold on a minute.
Some kind of
Do
jerk over
I
there.
automatically win this one? Yeah. There we go.
Some kind of jerk.
I get 2 points because I'm second. Evan has just wasted cubes.
6.
You guys are the
There we go.
worst.
Oh wait,
There's still one.
I guess there is a spot so
See?
Evan could get second.
See?
I'll let you guys compete over it.
Mhm.
And then donor cultist is my sacrifice for 9.
Whoa.
So
Whoa.
I overpaid, but that's okay.
That's a 6, by the way.
6 plus 3.
Oh,
Spent
I
3.
didn't see that.
Yeah, so Jack would be 9. So he definitely gets the 5
5.
victory points.
Sweet.
And second, everybody's tied. So who's ever closest to the flame, which would be Pink there. So Pink gets 2. So now take your 4 cards, throw those in your discard pile. And draw 5 more cards and do the same thing for 9 more turns.
Nice. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, turns are, when I design games, I always make them so my wife can play them. I always have to tell people, if anybody gets confused, I'm like, if Kara can play them, I'm like, that's. What's funny is she had to, oh man, I sent her on like 3 pitches like last year, all by
Oh,
herself.
nice.
Most of the time people like her more than me and the game. As I'm sure all of you are going to Origins will meet her and me and like her more than me.
So not these all just pay out first and second for these rooms, right?
Yep, just first and second.
Okay.
Is there not a snap point there?
The snap point, I think, was making it skewed for some reason. But I can fix it manually.
Oh, let me get it.
I
I
don't know if it's
got
a
it.
rotate snap point.
There we go.
thing.
Let me see here. There we go. I fixed it.
Sweet.
Yeah, if you find anything wonky, let me know. Putting like thousands of snap points, as I'm sure you guys know, gets little in your head after a while.
Mhm.
By the way, you can do hidden zones as a way to allow people to do the sacrifice thing on TTS without a worry of people seeing.
Yeah, I tried to do the hidden zone once and I kept messing it up, so then I kind of
Got
didn't.
it.
And then I
Oh,
did.
big no.
Hmm.
Oh man. Do I really want to do that? No, probably not.
So what I want to do? Yeah.
My last one to figure this out. Are you
Nope.
guys?
Nope.
All right.
You're
Try
fine.
not to look around. Mm. What is a cultist? Is it one of the pawns?
The cultist is gonna be the cards.
Oh, wait. Oh, the followers are the pawns.
Yep, the followers are the pawns. Oh man, yeah, you have 4 already.
I don't know what happened.
You cheated. I watched it.
He cheated.
I gave a TED talk and then all of a sudden
I had. Oh, these are friends of mine. Somebody
I went viral.
was getting mad because they thought somebody else's cards were cooler, and then I looked at their deck, and the first 2 cards they got rid of were the cards that let them interact a bunch with the deck, and I was like, you get rid of those in the first turn.
But did they have big numbers?
They typically do, yeah. Usually the better ones will have three blocks on the side, and then your catfish usually is a 10.
Oh wait, let me. I forgot to see if I wanted to sacrifice anything.
TK
TK says he
Yeah.
loves the multi-use of the cards in all the different ways. Definitely one of my favorite mechanics.
Oh, is he on YouTube?
Yeah.
Let me pull it up on one of my 78 monitors.
He also wants to know when do you have any blocks in the unpub room at Origins?
Hi, Kara.
I'm Kara.
Oh hi, hi, bearded Kara.
So it's a
Apart-
split personality thing.
Well, one of my jobs is I manage everything for Kara's media channel, Kara the Blonde Unicorn.
Nice.
So apart from like the interviews and the videos, if you've ever interacted with Kara the Blonde Unicorn, it's most likely me.
It
It's actually the bearded unicorn.
is.
I should be.
Do you have unpub blocks for this, Brian?
Yeah.
Okay, should I go?
TK wants to know when he should show up to play this game.
Oh no, now I'm hearing myself. Oh no, what am I doing? Mute. There we go. Oh jeez.
2 to 6
I'm
each
gonna-
day.
I'm gonna go.
Bro.
Nice.
Yep,
So
yeah, pretty good. All right.
3, you can take 3, Sasha.
Thank you very much.
That's a gentleman.
I'm all about.
Big mistake.
Yeah, yeah. You just took
Uh,
4.
It's-
Oh, geez. No wonder he's doing so well. Huh, that's weird.
All right, so I gain a yellow guy. And then I pay 2 to beautify 2 different temple rooms. Am I promoted? No. All right. Let's pay this. And I will beautify this. And
The big one.
let's do this.
Yeah, that was a...
Let's get up here.
And flip this. And I get 2 guys to put on somewhere. And flip this, and it's a 10.
Yeah.
Blue, Evan.
Blue.
Me? Oh. Flippy. Let's see. So, 3. This son of a gun. Make sure I give you 3. I take one of these. Discard any follower to discard the top 2 cultists of my deck and perform both of those rituals. See a follower.
Murdered the purple one.
Okay, so I can discard. Nope, can't do that. All right, that was a whiff.
Oh.
And what's a temple room?
Oh, that's these here.
Okay,
These are
so
all the temple rooms.
I get 2 clamshells.
Yeah, 'cause you just have some in the prep room.
All right, it feels like that was a whiff.
It,
That didn't feel as good as Sasha's. Okay.
Yeah.
3.
Sasha agrees.
Yeah. Feels like a whiff, I think.
that's the risk you take sometimes.
I mean, I gotta choose my things, which feels better.
Get out of my temple.
Right. And that's it.
Okay, my turn. Let's flippy flips.
Flip.
Evan, because I felt so bad about how
Oh,
bad that went.
that's
giving you
really
3.
nice.
You're rich with clams.
That's
And
really
then
nice.
I'm gonna take a yellow, and then I'm gonna pay 3 clammies to drop some QBs. So I'm gonna drop a total of 4 QBs. 1 QB, 1 QB, and 2 QBs. Each of those has to be separate spots. So I'm gonna go 1 QB.
One on
Oh,
2 different and 2 on
1
another.
QB, 2 QB. And then I'm gonna put 3 QBs here.
All right. So before you play your last card, we got to score the preparation room real quick.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So now that this is filled, we look to see who has the most cubes, which is definitely green. So then we're gonna check to see here if nobody beautified it yet. So green is gonna get 4. And yellow is second, so yellow is gonna get 2.
Sweet. Sacrifice.
Cool. Do we
That's
take our
my
cubes
turn.
back now or no?
No, only when all
Only
of
when
these
it's
are
full. Okay. Cool. And that's my turn, Sasha?
Yep.
You're done? Okay. All right. So gather. I'm gonna send a shell to Trevor. Gonna gain a claw. Orange. gonna do the give an opponent 2 shells to gain a follower of one of the types they have the most of. Then copy the ritual on the cultist you sent to build. I'm gonna give 2 shells
Oh, is the word
to
two not on there?
Sasha. What's that?
Oh, the word two's not on there. You sent build. Oops.
What's that? Oh, you sent, yeah, you sent, yeah, 2 build.
Uh,
Is this a black pawn? It is. So copy, gain a follower of one of the types they have the most of. So hmm.
Yeah, so whoever you're giving the 2 clams to, you'd get a follower of whatever color
Yeah.
they have the most of. So if you give 2 to Sasha, you would get a black.
Yep. Yeah.
Or if you
I
give
think
2 to Trevor, you can get a yellow or a purple.
place up to 2 cubes on each temple room that would be completed by this action. Dang, I played the wrong thing there. But I'll just build my 1. Yeah, that wasn't what I meant to do. Oh well, that's fine. Okay, and then my last one's my sacrifice. And I will sacrifice this for 4, 5, 6.
Oh, throwing 2 extras on there.
Yep.
Boom. Alright, so now we check it out. Pink here has the most at 10, so pink's gonna get 5. Second is going to be blue with 7, so blue gets 2.
Mm,
Then take those 4 cards, put them in the discard, and draw 5 new ones.
Hmm. Okay.
And then when I try to draw but cannot, that's when I do the deck building.
Yep. Yeah,
With
so
the
if you only
shove.
have like, so you just draw from the deck, and then if you don't have any more, shuffle your discard and
Yep.
draw up to 5.
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
And life force is the number at the bottom.
Yep.
Got it.
Oh, which card still says life force?
Gambler cultist.
That would be Nate and his silly, is it the B deck?
Yellow.
Yeah, so it's just the life. They don't have just the life age of the catfish. They don't have a force or a being around them.
Pam. Pam.
Okay. Okay. Sweet.
Hmm.
Boom. Looks like everybody's good. Pink, you're still closest to the flame.
All right. So 3 for Sasha.
Okay.
1 is that black? What is the heart one?
Thank you. Yeah, I think
The heart, yeah, that's the black at the bottom there.
Oops, that's not what I wanted. That's, oh, what is happening? I'm
I
pulling
got it for you.
clams.
There we go. I got it for you.
Right. I don't know why I'm pulling clams.
Pulling
all right.
clams.
Give an opponent 1 clam to remove 2 of their cubes
Oh.
from the temple room and gain 1. uh, 1, 2, and a clam.
I think I'm done with the temples.
And you also get a victory point there too.
All right.
Yep.
And then 3 cubies. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, all right.
Boom. Murder that catfish. On to blue. Evan.
Me?
That's you.
Okay. Zip. 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, keep giving him 1.
Gray.
Woohoo. I get one.
Pay 3 to beautify a temple room and place a cube in that temple room. Well, now you've messed everything up. I'll do this one. And beautify it.
And it's beautiful.
And it's beautiful.
That's as beautiful as it can get.
Yeah.
Question, Brian, if this
Yeah.
room is beautified, does that increase the points that we already scored or only in the future?
Only in the future.
Okay.
So you could still beautify the preparation room now if you wanted.
But it just wouldn't count for right now.
Nope, not till
Sorry,
the next
okay,
time it's full.
Okay.
Okay.
My turn.
Yeah, like I said, in a 4-player game, all 5 of them are gonna fill pretty easily.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
giving them 0.7. Come on.
Yeah, yeah. This is mine too. Sweet.
Yep. Take this. Then I'll pay a clammy to perform a cultist card. And my discard, I'll take boss cultist because he's boss. And I'll discard a follower. I'll discard a pink follower, I think. And then I perform this ritual and this ritual. Pay 3 clammies. Place opponent's cube on any temple room. So from their supply, right?
Yep.
There you go, Evan.
What happened?
My ability says I place one of your cubes on a room.
Oh, thanks, buddy.
Yeah. And then I will take a silver. I'll take 2 silver, I think. And then I can discard the top colors of my deck and get. So I would shuffle up my deck now and
Yep.
do that, right?
Yep.
So 6 clammies. And that was that. And now I build, so 3 QBs.
You got clamshells for days.
Clamshells. Whoa.
And then sacrifice. That's my
On
turn.
to Jack.
Okay, here we go. We gonna gather. We're just gonna give 2 over here to the little
You gonna
Trevor.
gather.
Then we go take a purple. Then we go do the thing.
I got a
Hey,
question for you.
2.
I got a question for you, Sasha, but I want to wait till Jack finishes turn.
Okay.
Pay 2 to beautify
Answer's
1
yes.
temple room.
Yeah. You're willing to
Beautify
give me all your points? That's awesome.
Temple room. Then
I only have 2.
copy the ritual of the cultist you recruit. Okay, recruit. Pay 1 to place 2 on any one. Pay 1 to place 2 on any one.
Yeah.
Then we go build.
We
We
gonna
gonna
build.
do 3 cubies. Cubie dooby doo.
Scooby-Dooby-Doo.
Then we gonna sacrifice this guy for
Please no.
foe.
All right. So now we got pink is the highest at 6, gets 5. Green gets second at 4. 1, 2.
Nice.
And put your cards in your discard and draw 5 more.
Never mind. I don't want to ask anymore.
Okay.
Maybe I'm missing something.
Wait, who just got a bunch of points?
Trevor,
Why?
because he had the highest sacrifice.
I'm
Oh,
a
yeah,
fisher.
yeah. I forgot about that.
I am the fisher of catfish.
I am the fisher.
Yeah, I wouldn't sleep on sacrifice. 5 victory points is a lot.
Are we, is it time to do the thing?
Yeah, we're starting the next round.
Time to do the thing.
Do the thing with the stuff in the place. With the
Oh.
people.
I'll help Jack out over
Okay.
here.
Oh, thanks. Sorry. I was looking at the chat. Talking about conventions.
Nope.
All right.
Hmm.
Spell. That's
Hmm.
If I have a card that says choose an opponent to embrace the flame, can I not pick Trevor? Or can I pick Trevor?
you would not be able to pick Trevor.
Okay. Someone that is not currently got it.
That would be lobbyist. Oh wait, no, actually you can. Sorry.
Okay.
I wanted to double. Yeah, because if you're playing 2 players, you would have to choose the other player every time.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, you can choose him.
Okay. I'm not one of the last people to be done. That was weird. Going on. After you go through your deck once, then it does help a lot to like.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably the only thing for first timers playing this is you have to learn the deck. But once you learn it, it moves pretty quickly. We've tried ways to mitigate it, but it always makes the game bad.
Mhm. What are some of the things you've tried to mitigate that?
We've tried where you have the same starting hand every time. Like so you're gonna start with the 5 easiest cards to use, like the smallest text. So it's a little easier for like your first turn playing. We've tried using the same deck for everybody, so that way, like if you play a cool card, you know somebody else, like, oh, you have that card? Oh, I have that card. That's a cool card. And you can learn faster that way. And everybody having the same deck is usually the answer, but like I said at the beginning, it's also the most boring.
Hmm.
Mm. I'm lost, right? Yeah. Okay. I'm coming. Just give me a sec.
Yeah, because when we played where everybody had the same deck, you play it once and then when you play it again, you either want to play it again with the same deck you learned on, or if you're like me and everybody else, you're like, oh, that deck looks cool. I want to try out that deck. I want to try out that deck. And we find that more people would rather try out different decks each time than use the same one.
Mm. Sheesh. I don't know. Well, not that one. I guess it's this one. Sorry,
Hey, TK.
Trevor's AP
Oh.
taking over.
Bye,
here.
TK.
Bye.
See you, TK.
Boom,
Bye.
man. Pink is still, Trevor
Look
is
forward
still
to
first.
meeting you at Origins.
All right. So take 3 clams, Sasha.
I got it here.
I'm swimming in clams.
I know.
Have some more.
Swimming with the clam sea.
Another yellow.
That's a threat.
Yeah.
So give an opponent 2 clammies.
Give me clams.
Clammies.
You can have some
Aw.
clammies. Jack. And
Sweet.
copy the ritual on the cultist you sent gather, and then copy the ritual on the cultist you sent to recruit. So the gather was give an opponent 1 clam to remove 2 of their blocks from any temple room and gain 1. I don't really want to remove anybody.
Oh, you do. You do.
I just realized it's too late now, but my assistant cultist that I used last time did embrace the light. I read all the text other than that.
Oh, you were supposed to be first?
Yeah, but I mean,
What happened?
it's too late now. The card that I played as my ritual made me embrace the light, and I missed the fact. The assistant cultist, because it let me play a card from my discard.
I'm looking at apprentice cultist. I should be looking at assistant cultist.
Yes, I pulled it out. It's right here.
Oh, yeah, we'll switch here.
Oh, you're like not where I'm looking. Okay. Yeah.
Boom. We'll just continue with pink going and then
Yeah.
Okay, so
Oh,
mm,
fancy pantsy.
and then copy the ritual on the cultist you sent to recruit. Which,
Did you give me a shell for that?
oh,
Or
shoot.
2 shells?
Yeah.
Nope.
One shell, right?
2. Because you removed.
2 shells.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Thank you.
2. All right. And then copy the ritual on the cultist you sent to recruit, which is that one. Give an opponent one of your followers. I screwed that up.
There's another yellow there.
Am I supposed to take the... Where did the yellow come from?
So you get to give an opponent 2 shells to copy the ritual on the cultist you sent to gather, which would be the yellow.
Oh, I don't copy the I thought I copied the ritual. I thought I copied the middle.
Or yeah, I'm sorry. Whoops.
Okay.
Wasn't really paying
Would
attention.
have rather had that. So give an opponent a follower to gain. Who's got
6 shells. Wow.
There you go. Here you go, Evan.
Thank you.
Makes up for my
That's
cubes
nice.
that
That's
I
nice.
I'll get you 6 out here.
booted from you. 6 shells. And then I do this. And I got 2 cubes. And I'll do this, which takes care of that one.
Yeah. So now we immediately both take 6. Is that true?
I think so.
Yep. So this immediately scores. So blue and pink get 6.
So I'm curious, if Trevor had 3 cubes to place, would he be able to place 2 and then just lose the third, or what would happen?
Yep.
Got it.
Yeah, he could play. You can play more, but you would just lose the last one.
And then pay 3 clams to gain 3.
That's,
Oh
that's
no,
just your,
sorry. That's just my, sorry. It's 4.
that's just the old
And
catfish you're murdering.
it's 3 more.
Boom. All right, now we're on to yellow.
Okay. Here, have a clam.
Yes.
And then I'll take a
Have a clam.
yellow follower. And then I'll discard a follower to perform the ritual on the cultist. Okay, I will discard this one. Build and recruit. So I will choose an opponent to embrace the. So this is why it mattered. I will choose Trevor. You embrace the light.
Oh, embracing the light, evidently.
Yeah.
I guess you are in first, though. No, sorry, I lied. Jack is embracing the light.
Okay.
Doesn't sound like he's embracing the light. I'm just saying.
Whatever.
You forced him into it.
I guess.
And then I gain 2 followers of the sect sent to gather.
Bad cultist.
2 oranges.
Oh, there you go. You can say hello.
Man, you should get some followers, Sasha.
Bingo.
Oh, bingo. I heard mango. I was like, oh,
Mango.
There you go. Say hello.
delicious.
Rango. Well, what's his name?
Rango and Chained.
Funny that.
Guess. Let me go here.
Okay, so do we proceed in our turn order as usual? Even if
When that would happen, it would go still off the sacred flame.
so
next.
I would go next.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
But everyone that has already gone wouldn't go again, obviously.
No, let's do that.
Yeah.
That sounds
Keep
awesome.
going.
Second
I
turn,
would love
everybody.
that.
I think we should ask the sacred flame.
Yeah. I will sacrifice this.
I would love to
bids
never
an
go
additional
again.
3.
Okay.
Well, we'd run out of cards when you just have all your cards left.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Two shells for you, Trevor.
Thank you very
Gonna
much.
gain a yellow. Gonna do the thing. Give an opponent 2 shells to gain a follower of one of the types they have the most of. Then copy the ritual on the cultist you sent to build. I am gonna copy. Oh, wait, what was it? How do I give 2 shells? Give 2 shells to Sasha. I will take.
He does need to.
What does he have the most of? Either yellow or orange, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So I'll take an orange.
Wait. Oh yeah, you are gaining it from the supplier. You're
Yes.
not taking it from me. Got it.
No. Build 2.
You're not touching my followers.
I'm gonna build 2, but then I also get to do the ritual on this card, which is pay 1 to place 2 on any one temple room.
Bam.
So I get to build 4, which I'm gonna use.
We're gonna build 2 and then build 2.
Build 2 and then build 2. So I'm gonna squeeze Trevor out of here.
Yeah. Jerk.
Oh. So now this would
Gave me
score
like 6
immediately.
points here.
So yellow's gonna get 8. And green
get
second
4.
gets 4.
Okay, and then I'm gonna sacrifice my completionist cultist for 2.
We got no followers, Evan.
I don't have much, man. All right.
For 2.
Boom. And then
There I
Oh.
go.
forgot about Evan.
All right. Okay. Three.
Yeah, if you want, if it helps too, you can just draw your 5 cards now and kind of plan ahead.
Oh, yeah?
Another one
Yep.
of these. I am going to gain points equal to the cubes on the cultist I sent to build, which is 3.
Oh man, come on.
And then I'm going to build 3. What happens if 2 players have second place?
It would go off the Sacred Flame.
Yeah, it's not good for me. Okay.
No, being last is not good.
No. All right. Then I'm not going to do that. I will, instead of doing that, guess I'll put them somewhere that they might be relevant. And then I've got this sucker plus 3.
Oh, yeah. All right, everybody's done. So now yellow has
9.
yellow has 9 and blue has 9, and yellow's closest to the flame.
Yeah.
So yellow's gonna get 5, and blue gets a 2.
Yep.
No, I'm gonna get my clammy shells. And you have a lot of clamshells. You are not using them.
Who's not using them?
Oh, you are, Sasha.
I spent 6 on that last turn.
He
And
just
I'm
started
gaining
using
them
them.
way faster than I'm.
Usually when I play, I have none, and everybody just gives me 1, so I have none.
Yeah, I could have max sacrificed every single turn this round and still have clamps.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I'm first, huh?
be
but
first
we
one.
have to wait for them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you still gotta wait.
So I gotta wait.
Unless you want them to strategize based on what you're doing.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Forgot I was. I just assumed. I was like, oh, everyone's waiting on me. It took so long.
No.
No, you can
We-
plan early. You just can't go early.
Yeah, we got a little bit of a head start because we started to plan during Evan's turn,
That's right.
and then Trevor's Trevor.
That's right. Everybody, it's not even.
No,
Trevor tax.
I'm in the same. I do the exact same
Well,
No.
all right.
Don't try to justify it. We know the truth.
Oh, wait a minute. I gotta get this thing going. Don't look. Nobody look. It's too late.
You
I'm
saying
not
don't look definitely makes it harder to not look.
I'm naked. Don't look.
You're like
What?
announcing that there's something to look at.
Exactly. Nothing to see here, folks.
We've told you about being naked.
Exactly. Hey, I'm not the
now
one.
you can
I'm
go.
not the
Now
one
you
who
can go.
flashed
Okay.
us before we went live.
Here we go. One shell to Trevor.
Oh, so generous.
Purple
Did you already give it to
guy.
me? I missed it.
Yeah, I did. I
Okay.
gave it to you. Purple guy. Choose an opponent and gain shells until you both have the same number of shells.
Oh yeah.
Who are you choosing?
It's my lucky day. I'm gonna choose you.
Choose Evan.
I was kind of waiting for you to play that card.
Gain a casual 12 shells. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
There we go.
Well, now we're both always gonna have shells for the rest of the game.
Woohoo. That's pretty awesome. Okay, producer cultists 3 build. I'm gonna build. Sacrifice the zealot for 2 plus 3 for 5.
Yeah, now we're
That's my turn.
on to yellow.
Okay. Evan, you can have a shell.
Oh, thank you.
I'll take an orange. And then I will discard a follower. I'll discard that orange. To perform both these rituals, give an opponent a shell. Man, everyone has so many shells. Jack, you can have a shell.
Woohoo. I like it.
And then I gain a red and a pink, or an orange and a pink, rather. And then I also pay 4 shells to beautify twice somewhere.
Yeah.
I will beautify twice right here.
Whoa.
Where's he beautifying? Here?
And then I will
Yeah.
add 3 QBs right here.
Thanks for
Beautiful.
the beautification.
Boom. So that would score
You're welcome,
immediately,
Trevor.
and yellow definitely has the most.
I have made mistakes.
So you jumped all the way up to 29.
I mean, you still get a cool 9 points.
I do, but that's not what I mean.
Oh.
I made mistakes elsewhere.
Oh, got it.
In this tableau.
And then this and 3. That's my turn.
Now pink.
All right, it's not gonna be pretty. 1 shell to the man with the shells.
To the man with the shells.
That's orange, right?
Yep.
This is not good. Okay, so pay 3 to beautify any temple room and place up to 2 of any one opponents in that temple and embrace the flame. Do I have to place any in it?
For
I guess I could just beautify one of the rooms that's already out there, right?
yeah, you can beautify. You would have to. Wait, let me look at the card real quick. Pay 3 to beautify. You do not have to.
Does everybody only have one card that embraces the flame?
There should be 2.
Hmm.
But you can choose anyone you want.
So if I don't pay the 3, do I do anything that's in the box?
You do not.
All right, I'll pay the 3. And place up to 2 of any one opponent's into that temple room.
Yeah, so if you place it, if you want to like beautify preparation room, you can just beautify. You don't have to place anybody's in it. But if you beautify the altar room, you do have to put somebody else's.
So the up to 2 is just saying you have to put 2 if it fits.
Yeah, that one's wordly, isn't it?
Yeah.
Weirded wordly.
Yeah, weird wordly.
That is the artist.
And I embrace the flame. So does that mean that everybody bumps down 1?
Yep.
Except for
Not
Evan.
me.
All right.
Yeah, good
Can't
job,
go
Evan.
Now
lower.
his-
Can't go lower than last.
He's
I mean-
unenlightened. He's a
It's true.
Okay.
It's definitely
You do get the
true.
advantage on the last turn of the game being last, though.
I get 2 cubes. That's not really what I want either, but all right. And then yeah, I've pooched this, except for maybe this part, but I don't know.
Whoa.
And then Evan. I think Jack already played for next turn.
yeah. I'm ready to go.
You're gonna be waiting on me, man. 1, 2, 3. I think I gave you. Double check that. Another one of these suckers.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna add a cube to any temple room for each follower I have of that type. So obviously I'll finish this out. And then we
And-
score that immediately.
Boom, yes, that gets scored immediately. So
And Jack and
boom.
I are tied.
No,
yes.
I win.
Wait,
Do
6,
you?
7.
Well,
Well, I
the
embrace the
flame.
flame.
Oh, you embrace
Yeah,
the
so
light.
since
Okay,
Jack
so I
is
get the 4.
closer,
Yep.
he gets the
7.
7.
Nice.
7 plus 15 is 22.
Yeah, there we
Yeah,
go.
we're tied.
Now those
All right.
scores are reflecting how I feel I'm doing.
And now
All right. And what happens to everything?
all the cubes go bye-bye.
Okay.
And all
Okay.
the beautifies stay the same, and then just continue playing.
All right.
Cool.
And that was your end of your. Oh, you're still doing your build, aren't you?
Yep. And then I've got this sucker plus 3.
So,
So
7.
7,
Yeah.
5.
so pink definitely got it with 13.
Hmm.
2, 3,
And then
4,
yellow
5.
gets
I overbid.
second.
2.
And yellow gets 2.
All right.
Dun, dun, dun.
Trevor's first now.
I think you guys have 4 or 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so there's 5 more turns. So you're at the halfway point.
Halfway.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
Curious about the center board, Brian, in your design process with the spaces for the buildings. Is that something that you have meticulously rebalanced, or that you just like randomly set there and we're like, oh, that works just fine? Because I feel like it could go either way with something like that.
We started off with random ones, and then we kind of balanced it as it went through.
Okay.
But most of them are balanced between like the sizes versus
The
the
bonus.
score at the bottom,
Yeah.
and then the shapes are just because it looks cooler with different shapes.
Different
versus,
shapes. Yeah. Fair.
There is a lot of math behind it. Like Nate is
Mhm.
extremely meticulous when it comes to math.
Really? Okay.
Like
Interesting.
every single card is mathed out perfectly, like for the bottom number, the build, the top, like everything is like mathed out perfectly with each deck and whatnot.
Hmm.
I don't know how he does it sometimes with the math.
Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely an art to it. It's like a weird kind of math because it's like there's probability, but then there's also just kind of like it's almost like a pattern.
Yeah, like I said, he's been designing games for like 15 years, so he's kind of he's much better with the math than I am.
Mhm.
Where did
Whoa.
all the pink ones go?
What are these? Oh, did you throw your cards at me, Trevor?
No, I just wanted to see what's in there. I can look,
Okay.
can't I?
Oh yeah,
Nope.
Just
I was
got them all spread out.
you can look at it if you want. I was
I
like, where did
won't.
they
I
go?
won't allow it.
Alright,
I
so we're
won't allow
good.
it.
So Trevor, that's you.
Yeah.
We're back to embracing the flame.
Embrace the flame.
He thinks he's all enlightened.
Enlightened.
All right, I'll look at this later. Yeah, I'm embracing the flame. I'm all about the hot hand. Oops, what am I doing? What did I put down? Okay. Flip, 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 flip. All right,
3 for Sasha.
3 to Sasha. Oh wait, is this what I want? Can I even do what I wanted to do? Oh yeah, I think so. I don't know. Yeah, 3 for Sasha. Oh, not of mine, from the thing. Did you already take them?
I
I keep thinking it's mine.
Yep. Yeah, I get
just-
3 to them.
Yeah.
Okay, and I get a little fishy hook thing.
Fishy hook.
And then I'm gonna do this middle thing, which is gain 1 follower of your choice, then swap this cultist with a previously sacrificed cultist of yours, then perform the ritual on the cultist.
Yeah, that's
Well,
why I did it.
I'm gonna grab this guy. Oh, that's Jack's. I'm gonna grab this guy. And then
That's a pretty neat card. I like that one.
pay 1 to place
yeah,
1.
Yeah, it's the only one that interacts with
Sacrifice cards.
yeah. We
Feel
just
like
kind
it-
of had to have. It's hard to give cool things for each deck when you're trying to do 4 different decks. Actually, we have 5 different decks.
Nice.
Is that, I think this one. Pay 1 fan or 1 clam to place 1. Do I pay for each one I place?
You can only do 1 card. You can only take 1 card if that's what you're asking.
No, but if I take this card, it says pay 1 clam to place 1 cube on each temple room in which you have no cubes. So does that
You would
mean I
just-
can pay 1 clam to do that?
Yep. So you just play 1 clam and you would get to put 1 on each room.
It's pretty boss.
All right, let's do that.
That's kind of cool.
Well, that card swaps out for this one.
Yep.
And you do it immediately.
Yep, it swaps out there. I got it.
All right, Sasha.
It's right here.
Oh, you got it already?
Cheater.
I don't know, everything's moving.
Or no, wait, where'd it go? Ah, okay, there it is.
Okay. So I pay 1. to put a cube everywhere.
Mhm.
Yep.
That's really good.
I need the amalgamate card.
Amalgamate.
Ooh, then build 3. Wow.
Then I'm gonna do 3. And then I am going to gain, no, what am I gonna do? This is my 8. Okay. That's 8
Sacrifice.
plus 3.
11.
Yeah, see, I told you clams can get hard to find. Now Trevor has 0.
However, you should get some more clams.
I know.
Now we're green.
Been too busy messing
Okay.
around in the temple room.
I give 1 shell to Trevor.
Oh, you
I
got one.
take 1 yellow follower. I take pay 2 to beautify 1 temple room, then copy the ritual of the cultist you recruit. So pay 2, beautify 1 room. What do I want to beautify? Maybe this, just make it. Yeah. Okay, pay 2 to beautify 1, then copy the ritual on the cultist you recruit. Recruit, pay 1 to gain a follower of the type depicted on the cultist you sent to build and gather. Pay 1 to copy, build, and gather. So gather, I get a gray cultist. Build, I get a copy. Oh, the ritual of the cultist you sent to build and gather.
Yeah.
Oh,
So they'll get the cool little stuff.
okay. Well, yeah, I think that's fine. So I'll do environmental cultist first. Give an opponent 1 to swap a cultist in your discard pile with the cultist you sent to sacrifice, and place 1 on any. I played that wrong. What do I do in the case that I don't have anything in my discard with this card?
That would be you goofed.
Yeah.
That would be a goof and you can't use that card.
Oh, I just can't do it. Okay.
Well, you would be able to.
How are you using that card anyway?
Yeah, what?
Because of my
What's going
center.
on? That
Yeah,
one's
so-
triggering this, which gives you followers.
Copy the ritual of the cultist. Oh, never mind. Yes.
This is giving
Recruit.
you followers.
Then this one is build and gather.
But this one is not triggering the rituals, this is gain followers.
Yeah. Yeah, so you're just
Follower.
gaining.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I got confused. Okay, so pay 1 to gain a follower of the type. Okay, hold on. Pay 1 to gain a follower of the type depicted on the cultist you sent to build and gather. Okay, so build. Okay, so gather. So I did do it right initially.
Yeah, so you get a
okay.
silver
And then a
guy
black. Yeah, and that
and a
black.
black
guy.
one.
Okay, so then 3. Okay, so I'll build 3. Back to doing the simple thing here.
Starting from the top.
He doesn't
And
want to be
then-
anywhere near me.
Discard that plus 3.
It's actually way more efficient to build buildings from the top down.
It's true.
Okay, that's my turn.
I
Yellow
think that's
Sasha.
correct.
Because then gravity's helping you work your way down.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Evan, you
Yeah.
have a clam.
Alrighty.
And then I get a pink. And then I will pay 1 clam to re-trigger my boss dude and go to the front of the line. Where's my boss dude? Boss dude.
Dude, the dude abides.
And then
Does.
gain 2 followers of the sect on the cultist you sent to gather. So I gained 2 more pink. Wait, I had to pay one. So I paid a pink and then I got 2 more. So I'll just take 1 pink. And then given give opponent 2 clams. So that's from my supply, right?
Yep.
I will give 2 clams to Jack.
Okay.
And then place up to 3 in a temple room in which the opponent. Oh wait, that opponent. Let me think about this a little bit more. So I guess I'm giving it to Trevor because it's the only one that actually works with. And so I get to place 3 in one of these 3 spots. Let's see. I guess preparation room. And then I can build. Let's go. That sanctuary does not look achievable.
It's Zen in here, man. Come on. Come to
Everything's achievable.
I will go ahead and want to diversify or what? I guess I'll fill up this and get 6 points. And Jack gets 6.
Nice.
Yeah, just gave Jack 6 points.
Cool. Sweet.
And then I'm sacrificing, and I did say I was going to give 3 to it, so I'm giving 3 to it.
All right, Evan. Now it's your turn.
Alrighty. Let's do some stuff.
So leftover followers are not worth anything if they aren't in one of those 2 different sets, right?
Correct.
Crab. I pay 4 shells to copy the ritual on the cultist that I sent to the gather and gain 1 hook and 1 follower of my choice.
Hooks.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Those cultists really like hooks.
Okay, so I'm gaining 2 points and I'm embracing the light. Does that move me up only 1?
No, it puts you at the top.
You're at the top.
Okay.
No, you're number 1 now.
Look out, everybody. Look out,
You're numero uno.
everybody. And then I'm gonna
Wow.
place
Hooks.
I'm gonna place 3 cubos. Whoa. And then I'll put this up here, and I bid 3, but it's only gonna get me 1 because that's all I've got left, and that's gonna get me 0 points.
Yeah, you got. All right. So pink
It's
is numero uno.
not going to give you 0 points. What?
No, yeah, you're first.
You're second.
You're
Am
first
I?
on the flame.
Yeah, you're well, you get second place here.
Oh, I'm first on the flame now. That changes everything.
Yeah.
Yes, you broke the tiebreaker.
I got some points for that, right?
No.
Because I had 9.
And Evan also had 9 and is at the
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So I got 2
I also
points.
had 9. And
I get 2 points, is that right?
Yep. Yeah, I gave you your 2 points.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah, he already gave you.
Okay. All right. First on the flame track. Look out.
Yeah,
people.
see now you're bummed because you have 0 shells. So whatever card is for ritual, you cannot use it if it requires to pay shells.
Yep.
Now you're forced on Sasha.
Yeah, Sasha's
Giving you some.
been real tight on those
Stingy.
shells.
And now I imagine he's
Keeping them
probably
for
just gonna
myself.
he's probably gonna keep giving you one. There should be 2 cards in every deck too that lets you get shells. But whether you drew them now or whenever is not good.
Hmm. I don't know what to do because I never usually go third. A very strange position. Well, you know, I got to put my 10 down because I got to keep pink marching.
Yeah.
You guys can all suck it.
Suck it.
You know Evan cannot add any more clams to his, so
Come on, man.
I got 3 juicy clams.
Whoa.
Not appropriate.
Not appropriate.
Never mind. I'm not even responding.
Ed, oh man, there's a new oyster bar that opened up in the middle of the nowhere recently that I went to the other day, and oh, it's the best oysters ever. Although for me, I'd have to eat like 738 of them just to fill up.
Yeah, that's the trouble with expensive seafood
Yeah.
and big containers that need to eat them.
Yeah, that's why I do the dirty bulk and just eat lots of canned chicken and canned tuna.
Yeah.
Oh, are we waiting for me? Not yet.
And
Almost.
Sasha.
Okay, yeah. I mean, the 10 has to go there, right?
The what has to go? Wait, I need to change my things around.
10.
It's placed. Evan, you get to go first this time.
Wait a minute. Hold on. What do I have sitting here? I'm doing that. Don't look. All right. Don't look. Evan goes first.
All right. Yeah, he does.
Like a boss.
1 shell.
I learned it.
Fantastic.
I'm gonna give you 1 more shell though,
Ooh.
so
Bring it.
I may gain 5.
Ooh.
You don't have a shell? That comes from your stack.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, that would come from yours.
Whatever. That's
You wouldn't be able
fine.
to.
I'll take it as another whiff. Why not?
You're a little broke on your shells.
All right.
You still get your orange follower though.
Okay. Yoink.
Attaboy, you claim that.
Yeah.
Did you give yourself your orange follower?
What's that? I did.
You did?
Mhm.
Where'd it go?
What do you mean?
You don't have an orange follower over
You don't
here.
have an orange follower.
Oh, I don't know what to tell you.
This guy?
All right, then I've got 3 of those.
Oh, got it.
Oh, I see.
I've done lobster claw 3 times, so whichever color that is.
Nuts.
Yeah, it's a little weird on TTS. I tried to label them so it kind of shows what they are.
And then I've still got 0 cells, so no more shells go out. Okay.
Yellow.
All right, Sasha, ruin everything.
Okay. Evan, here's the 1 shell that you needed for your thing.
Thank you. Perfect.
And then I will gain a black follower. And then pay 3 to start placing some QBs around. So placing 1 on 2 different spots and then 2 on 1 spot. Let's go. I think I'm gonna go. I go there. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 5. So how many turns do we have left? We have
4
4
Three.
more.
3 turns left.
Well, 3. Yeah.
after this. Yeah.
I'll do.
I'm gonna be
1.
totally surprised by what my cards do.
Did you just put them down randomly?
To be like,
kinda-
oh yeah,
I actually kind of want to do that.
I think
We
I played them like half an hour ago.
Yeah.
We have, knowing me and Nate, we have play tested that where we actually, somebody just played their cards face down the entire game to see what happened.
How'd they do?
Nice.
They
I feel
still,
Like, I feel like it would be pretty equivocal for me.
Let's go.
they definitely didn't win, but it definitely wasn't bad.
Am I allowed to talk to Sasha?
Yeah.
No.
No, don't
You
speak
have to be
to him.
quiet.
Sasha, if you want something, play here.
If I want something, play there.
Yeah, I can finish this for you if you play one there.
No, don't
No, you'll win
listen
it.
to him.
You'll
He's
win
not
it.
as enlightened as you are.
You'll win it.
He barely even knows the light.
6.
The only person who knows the light less is me.
Yeah, I'll actually do the 2 or over
It might cost.
here. And then I'm gonna place my 3 here.
There you go.
That was
I think
my
I can do that.
build, and now my sacrifice.
Now we're on to pink.
All right, let's see if I did this right. So 2 clams for Sasha. There you go. 1 black pawn. And then what did I do here? Place 2 of your cubes on any temple room and 2 of your opponents on any temple room. So what if I place one of his here? Do I place the other one somewhere else?
No, so you could just, it's just,
So if I run out of space, that's it. I run out of
Yep.
space. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
So yeah, if you wanted to complete this, because you'd get second, you could just throw anybody's cube there.
And then what if when I want to place my own, what if I wanted to place, like, what if I had 3 here? Would 1 go there and then 2 elsewhere, or would those other 2 be used up as well?
They'd be used up as well.
Okay, so there's no doing that. All right.
Garbo.
All right.
Thematically, you were trying to carry it up and you just dropped your brick and it just broke.
I do that.
As somebody who has done a lot of construction in my days, it happens quite a bit.
Right. So I'll put 2 on here.
They're like, no, stop. We're already finished. Stop. And then
Oh, I did. This happened last year and I put in a patio in my backyard. I don't know what kept happening, but every time I'd get a bunch of stones in, then one would like shatter. I'm like, how are these breaking?
Yeah, more pavers.
Yeah, I think it was because Kara was carrying some and then throwing them down.
Oh.
And those ones like took impact. So then when I was actually like pounding them in, it just like slowly broke them. And I was like, oh no,
Oh man.
I was so mad.
Oh, oops. Next one. I think I finished that. 2 and 2, right? And then 3 go on to somewhere. Why not?
Yeah, definitely place them somewhere else because no matter what, you're getting second for those. So force somebody else to fill it.
Well, it's
And-
possible, but
If building is not optional, correct?
It's not, no.
oh, that's not my 10. Oh, weird.
How do I have no cubes on the board? Like, what happened?
You won too many.
Guess I'm just
You get
late.
to play.
You got
get to
all
play
these
some now.
guys. You got all these
You
followers.
got guys right here.
It's
All right,
my
I'm-
turn.
I'm Feeney.
Okay.
Yeah, it's your turn, Jack.
Ooh, all right. Let's see. One shell to Trevor. One purple guy.
Very generous.
Ooh, give an opponent 2 shells to gain a follower. I'm gonna give Trevor 2 shells
Thank you.
to gain a follower of one of the types they have the most of, which is I'm gonna take black. Then I get to copy the ritual on the cultist I sent to build. Well, my build is 3, so I'm gonna build for 3.
No, you copy the ritual on build.
Yes,
So you pay 3 to beautify.
right. But also his thing is 3.
Oh yeah, you're doing that too.
Yeah,
Okay.
so I was just doing that first. And then pay 3 to beautify. So 1, 2,
Oops, don't do that.
3 to beautify any temple room and gain 2. I guess I'll just beautify this one and then gain 2 yellow followers, which I'll do. Then I'll sacrifice my litigator for 10.
Oh, and you put 3 on there, yeah.
I don't know why I did that, but I don't know.
So
Maybe
Jack,
it's
you got
worthwhile.
first.
Is that worth 5? It's worth 5, right?
Yep, it's worth 5. And blue, Evan is second, gets 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right, so now there's 3 more turns.
Cool.
Yeah, so you can fully table talk and whatnot in this. Like it does happen where you talk to somebody like, hey, if you place your cubes here, I'll help you finish it. And it's not like advertised part of the game, but it does happen quite a bit.
I would never.
I would never do that.
Yeah, you can be sneaky about it too. Just to trick people.
Trevor, get on Discord. I'm just kidding.
Same spot. Hmm.
Block pick.
Hmm. These cards are starting to suck.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the point of the game. Oh,
Yeah, you might have got rid of some of the good ones already.
it may have.
Usually the best ones with the best abilities usually have like the 10 or the 8 at the bottom. But it evens itself out because like I said, you get 5 victory points for it, which is quite a bit.
Oh yeah, I'm blaming this completely on myself.
That's okay. I blame everything on myself.
I also blame Evan.
What did I do?
Yeah, that's right.
Exactly.
You gotta have somebody you blame. I blame everything on Nate. He blames it on me.
Yeah. That's what
We'll just yell,
co-designers are for.
we just yelled at each other for like an hour, and then finally, like the last minute, we're like, yeah, okay. It just means, as I say, it just means we're both passionate about the game at least.
Right. That's
I'd
true.
rather have somebody passionate, you know, than somebody's just like, eh, okay. No, I want you to defend your reasoning.
All right.
Hmm.
Oh, here we go. We're ready.
Yeah, blue, heaven.
Everybody's ready? All right.
He's not used to going first.
No, it's super weird. All right. Uno, doso. One of these guys again.
One of these guys is not like the other.
And then I'm gonna play 7 cubes.
Oh yeah.
That's
Very
That's
nice.
the most that's the most I've seen of somebody use that card.
it was the good card in my deck, so I was like, well, I guess I'll lean into that.
Yeah, that's placing 7 is huge.
Because the one where I get to like top deck 2 abilities and probably not get much out of them is not my fave.
Mhm.
So I was like, I'll lean into this one. Let's do. Should we give people a chance? No,
No.
I don't think so. That's fine.
Box them out. Just not me. Box out Trevor and. I mean, you could win that one on the far end.
I know, right?
I'm worried about this army of followers between Jack and Sasha. Not gonna be
And
pretty.
then I actually place my 1 cube, which goes here. And so I'll take my 19, which goes to, I don't do math,
Man,
That-
pink
47.
Just 20 minus 1.
Yeah. Here we go.
You made pink go super first.
Super first. And then this thing goes up here. That's it.
The little baby
Okay.
catfish.
So am I at
Yellow-
50 or
yellow.
am I at 51?
You're at
You're
50.
50.
At 50. Okay. Oh, I see. This is all the 50th spot.
Yep.
My turn.
I got you.
Evan, here's your allotment.
Of course.
Take that. Oh,
I
this
tried to
card,
gain myself
follower.
some and couldn't even do that right, so I just gave up on those things.
I perform these 2 things. I'll spend 4.
Like my Discord channel. There's no followers.
Oh,
Hey, I'm a follower.
I'm just kidding.
I'll bump this up twice.
What am I? Chop liver here?
Then discard the top cultist of my deck and gain. So gain 8. 1, 2.
oh boy, you just got all the shells again.
Back in the shell game.
Evan finally has 2.
I've got 2 shells. Look out! Look out!
And then I get 3 cubes, and I'll just. Go here.
What happens if they don't finish?
No point.
Nothing.
Nada.
I don't really anticipate that happening because you can't choose not to build, but
Mhm.
You,
see.
you do not get points for a half-built monument.
and then I will sacrifice this bidding. I only bid 1. But 1 is better than none.
Now we're on do pink, Trevor.
Wonder how vindictive this green guy is. He might screw me. He might screw me. I could see it happening. But I'm gonna play my everything the way I want to. All right, 3 to Shellboy over there.
Yay.
And then I get a purple guy. And I pay 2 to beautify 2 different temple rooms. All right. Pay that to beautify this and to beautify this. And flip this. I will put 3 out there. Oops.
No.
And then flip this. 10 plus 3 more.
All right, Jack.
Man. All right. Well, I'll give 2 to Trevor.
You guys.
And
You guys are killing me right now.
I'll gather a purple.
Oh, Evan doesn't have anything? Better not give him anything.
Well, then I'll do my ritual, which is pay 2 to beautify a temple room, which I don't want to do. I don't know, beautify a temple room.
There's only one left.
Gotta do that. Then copy the ritual, the cultist you recruit, pay 4 shells to gain victory points equal to the player on your left. 2, 3, 4, but Trevor only has 3, so that's fine.
Wow.
Then I will build 3,
That could be crazy.
2, 3. Then I'll sacrifice this guy for 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, it looks like pink definitely has the most. So pink gets 5. And yellow is second. Yellow gets 2. All right, now there's 2 more turns. Oh, is Jack out of clams too?
Yes.
Oh,
I
man.
am. It's a bummer.
Need to go clamming.
Yeah, it gets it can get pretty tight if you don't manage your clams very well and somebody next to you is not being a friendly fellow cultist.
Mhm. I think I may have screwed up just a little bit.
There's no way to screw up. There's plenty of ways to do bad plays.
What's the difference?
Well, you can't physically screw up the game on how you play it,
Oh.
but
I screwed up
it'll
my
just be really,
strategy.
it'll just be a bad play.
Yeah. It was a bad play. Mistakes were made.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Good enough.
All right. Well, let's try this.
Two more turns, huh?
Yep. So you have this turn and then the next turn.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Mm.
Hmm. Hmm. Uh-huh. Hmm.
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 Mhm.
Hmm.
It gets
Hmm.
I don't know. I think that's about the best I can do.
Hmm.
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 The army of Sasha.
Yeah. He's got a lot of points.
Oh, it's gonna be painful.
I mean, there's also a lot of points there.
Yeah, you're gonna have 3 sets. You're gonna have 21 points. At least.
Jack likes to do what I do and just have everything chaotic.
Yeah.
It's a good strategy. Like I put all my like resources, any like end game things, I just like throw it on one giant pile so people get confused at it.
Don't look here. Don't look here.
Are these shells mine over here?
No, sorry, I was paying those.
Nice
They
try.
missed, they missed the bag. He's over there trying to steal some
Couldn't-
shells from the cultist community fund.
Is this bag of shells mine?
Hey, Sasha, how many shells are you giving me this round? Is it
Uh,
one again?
oh no, it's double.
What? Two
Double.
shells. I won't even know what to do with myself.
I know.
I told you at the beginning. I said you got to watch out for them because end up with none of them sooner or later.
2 shells.
I won't even know what to do with myself.
It's exciting stuff. I
Mhm.
can't wait to see it.
Mhm.
But you're right. Maybe I should change it to 1.
Yeah, probably. I think that's. Yeah, you should do that.
You don't want him to feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, that would be bad.
Perfect. Evan, you are good to go.
Yeah, oh, sweet. All right.
Oh, he is changing it.
After I revealed, come on, Sasha.
You didn't reveal yet.
I just did.
I had already changed it.
Uh-huh. See how it is. I see how it is. You can have one of these. I'll take 5 of them. Oh, look at that. So many shells. I do all the things. And then I'm going to place this final sucker to take 13 points.
Oh man.
2,
And then green gets 6.
6, 2, 3,
Mhm.
6.
and that second one is El Wasto, I believe.
Yep.
All right, that was me. Whoa.
Oop. Yellow.
Yep.
And you can have shell.
Oh, thank you. Just one? Perfect. What the hell is one?
I mean, that's what you expected. So
That's true.
I will give an opponent a shell to gain a crab and a pink. Evan, here, have a shell.
Oh, look
Oh,
at that. He gave you 2.
oh my goodness.
Don't say I never gave you anything.
He gave me 2 shells in one turn. This is crazy town. I don't even know what to do.
Let's score this one.
Yeah, so now the scores.
I'll get 11.
Yellow gets 11, pink gets 5. I got you pink there.
Edged out.
And then I am sacrificing with 3.
2 pink.
played that wrong. All right. 3 shells. A yellow.
A yellow. Danny a yellow?
Place 2 of yours on any temple
You
room
wouldn't
and
get it.
2 of your opponents on any temple room.
So you would do, you would place yours first,
Hmm,
and then this is gonna score, and then we're gonna clear it, and then you place 2 of somebody else's.
Agree to that.
So yellow gets 16,
I'll take it.
and pink gets 8. Now they all clear.
It's going to be nasty.
Nasty.
And now you gotta place 2 of somebody else's anywhere.
Um, I'll place.
You should definitely place mine.
I'll place. Oops. 2 for Jack. Because Jack is such a nice guy.
And you said any unfinished buildings don't score at all, right?
Correct. So I would not try to go for the sanctuary or the foyer on the last, but I mean, you can try.
Darn you.
Boom, now we're on Jack.
You
What's
got
that?
Hi, Sasha.
You get to go now.
Oh, I do.
Yeah.
What were you saying,
Oh,
Trevor?
wow.
I said you got the tie.
All right, 1 shell for Trevor. Recruit an orange guy. Do the thing. Pay 2 to beautify 1 temple room. Copy the ritual.
Yeah, so in this case, since you can't
This is
beautify
right
it,
then.
you just do the rest of the card.
Do I have to pay? I do have to pay.
Yeah, you still gotta pay.
Copy the ritual of the cultist you recruit. Give an opponent 2 shells to gain a follower. Since I can't do that, do I not do the rest of the card?
That's correct. If you don't have the shells to complete it, you do not get to do the rest.
Okay, so 3 cubes. Why not score?
I gave you gave pink 6 too.
Yeah, I know.
That's why I put you there.
I just
18 plus
want to
6 is 24. There we go.
be. I just want to be close. All right, 8 is my thing.
So blue definitely gets 5. Let's see, pink and yellow are tied, so yellow's closest to the flame, so yellow gets 2. And then this is the last turn.
Sorry, did you give me my 5 points? I
Oh,
missed
Yeah.
it. Nice.
I got you.
Nice.
Yeah, and you gave me my points.
Yep.
Yeah, final turn, right?
Yep, last turn.
Get her done.
Make them count. This time I'm giving you 3.
Jack's over here with 0, so
Yeah.
Actually, that's a lie. I'm not giving you 3.
you're gonna get at least 1 to use.
I actually don't like. I only have 1s and 2s left in my deck, and I only have 2 2s.
Yeah.
I did feel like all my worst cards gave the most amount of shells.
Yeah.
Typically you will have It should be like all the ones that are twos are the worst ones. Or I mean the two at the bottom.
Mhm.
The two sacrifice are usually, they're not bad cards, they're just not the best ones.
Mhm.
Mm, all right,
Trev Dog, ready?
I'm ready.
That's your rapper name, in case you didn't know. Trev Dog. Okay.
Dog.
All right. What am I giving you? 3? That was nice.
Oh man, you give Jack 3.
You know? There you go,
Sweet.
buddy. There you go, buddy. And we can never say I'm not a gentleman. So I'm gonna box this
It's
up.
a
Oh, you
gentle
play the
fish.
Union Chief. Union Chief. Yeah, that's nice.
Can't quite get it all.
Yes, I can.
Oh, you can. Oh,
He got, he
you
got
have
it all
9
by
now.
himself. Nice.
You don't need anyone else.
I don't need you.
Wow,
All right. What was that? 16
that's
Yeah.
unbelievable.
to
16 all by yourself.
31. There we go.
Wow. You might lap me.
I mean, your follower points would probably be pretty good though.
There we go.
Well, this is pretty good too.
I mean, this is
No,
not in by
it's.
comparison.
I think it's 4 points total, isn't it?
no,
No, I've got
it's
I've
4
got
per
4,
grouping.
4, 4, 4.
Yeah, 4, 8, 12, 16. You'd
Yeah, so
have
16 points
Yep.
versus 21.
He's gonna beat
3
me,
sets.
definitely.
yellow.
I guess I misunderstood how Unity works. I thought you said it doesn't stack.
Is each set.
Each set, so you can't use unity and diversity together, so you wouldn't. So you couldn't have.
I see. Okay.
Having 3 of each type wouldn't give you 21 points plus
Right,
9
right.
points or 12 points.
See, in my thinking, this is one set
Oh, interesting.
of
Right, so
9.
you would.
But
So once
that
you
makes
use those score to set, those followers are gone. So then you'd have these left to score.
yeah.
Okay. Let's give Evan his 1.
Mhm.
I will take a gray follower. I will pay 3. And place an opponent's cube in any temple room. Evan, here you go.
Thank you. If that gets me 5 points, I'll be stoked.
And then I gain 2 followers of my choice. I will take a black and a yellow.
What a surprise. That's so weird.
Mhm.
And then I get 3 cubies to place out.
I feel like I'm gonna get lapped.
I mean, that's probably too dangerous. It's not worth potentially getting 13 points to make it. So I'm going to get 25. I guess I'm going here.
Whoa.
And then I'm sacrificing this, paying 3.
Pink, Trevor.
All right. It's not very pretty, but we'll do it anyway. All right, one for you, Sasha.
Hooray.
A yellow. Can't even make a set. That's pathetic.
Pathetic.
I made one set. All right, so place 2 of your cubes on any temple room and 2 of your opponents on any temple room.
Let's do this one. Come on. I guess you could give Jack a potential score.
Yeah, well, if I give it to Jack, then you're getting second.
That's why you put 2 of yours and 2 of mine.
Because if I do that, I
But then
end up
Evan
with
is
2 of mine and 1 of his. Oh yeah, Evan's gonna beat me too. So I guess it doesn't really matter.
spread them out.
I'd probably better for me just not to let you guys pay it off. Well, actually, wait. If I put those 2 there and then those 2 there.
And you're giving the points maybe to Jack
Maybe.
and Sasha.
Yeah, because I'd have 3. Right. All right. So it's kind of useless for me. I deconstructed too much. And then this goes over here with 1 more clammy.
1 more clammy.
Now it's Jack's turn.
All right. Shell. Yellow.
Yellow.
To pay 3 to take gather, build, recruit. Pay 3 to take gather, build, and recruit. Take another yellow. Build. I gotta build 6. Can't finish anything.
Nope.
Bummer. Oh well.
Yeah, I think
we'll
he
just
almost set you up.
Yeah.
Let's put them there. It's like close.
In a mess.
Then I think maybe there's too many, but it doesn't matter. Then sacrifice a 10. +3, but I don't have anything to add. So I think I do.
Oops.
I do get second though.
Yeah.
So I get what, 2 points?
Yeah, it's a yellow, gets 5.
Cool, it finally made it to 50.
This is where it starts to get ugly for me.
So now we add up followers. Yeah, like I said, if you have questions about it, let me know.
I just wondering why I got so little.
I can see Evan has 4, 8, 12, 16 for Evan.
So I will get 25 points.
47.
Whoa.
So Evan, you ended with 97 points.
97.
97, and the lowest score was 75.
Did everybody put their points up?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
For
So
the
Sasha got
followers?
101. Is that the?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the game.
Sweet.
All right.
Nice.
Bam, bam. Doop, doop. Okay. Feedback. Who's going first?
I can go first.
Cool.
I love the core loop of this game. I like the deck deconstruction. I love the area control element. I like the multi-use cards. And I like the set collection with the followers, various options there. So yeah, I mean it feels good. I like the spatial actions on your player board. That's nice. It's intuitive. It's easy to learn. I felt like I got this game just by looking at it.
Cool.
Like I felt like I was ready to play this game like 5 minutes into the teach. So that was a good feeling. It feels like for a game that has a long play time and a lot of strategy, the teach is pretty simple and straightforward. Very few rules exceptions or challenges, so that's nice. I felt like before we got into playing the game, like, oh, nice, it's be a really light, quick game, and it was not. So I was shocked by that. The playtime just floored me. I was like,
It is a
holy
little.
cow!
It is a
this
little longer
taking
on.
forever.
It is a little longer on TTS. Usually in person,
Yeah.
a 4-person game goes for about an hour.
Okay, yeah. I
But
was
yeah,
like,
it's definitely not mechanically. It's light because it's easy to play. But yeah, it definitely is more of a middleweight.
yeah. So I don't know. I don't know if there's a solution to that. It was definitely a very bad feeling that one turn I had where I was first and then I was last. And I was like, I felt like I was seriously sitting there for like 20 minutes or 25 minutes, but it was probably only like 5 or 7 minutes, but it felt like forever.
Yeah, most
I
of
mean,
that is probably due to TTS, but it
I
is kind of.
tracked the turn timing, and on the turn
But
where I went from second to fourth was 20 minutes.
yeah,
20-minute
was
wait.
that was a lot of downtime. So I don't know what you could do to mitigate that downtime, because it didn't feel like I needed to pay super close attention to what my opponents were doing, because there's nothing responsive I could do. Like we'd already programmed our turns, so it was just kind of letting them play out. I wonder if you could resolve simultaneously or resolve them phase by phase, maybe.
You
I
can't
wasn't sure.
because of the.
Interactions between your cards.
Yeah, because of how everything works and how the ritual cards work, and
Mm-hmm.
yeah, but like
Yeah,
I
it
said,
totally
that's
makes
more
sense.
of a. Most of that's like a first time TTS thing. But like I
Sure.
said, usually it's within an hour or so for 4 people.
I was really curious as we were playing and thinking about that issue, because I love the gameplay.
Yeah.
Like despite the long playtime we had, I still really liked the game. I would still play it again. It got me thinking how it would play at 2 players. Because, well, I'm just curious. How does it play at 2 player?
So at 2-player, it's definitely a different strategy.
Mhm.
So for 2 players, you have to try for sacrifice because you're getting 5 versus 2.
Mm-hmm.
And then also when 2-player, you're only going to be using the white spaces. So everything's a little bit smaller.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's definitely a pretty strategic game at 2-player.
Yeah, I wonder if it should just be a 2-player game.
Oh no.
That's kind of my thought. I mean, just I don't know. I would love to play it at 2-player and see how it plays. But yeah, that was kind of my thought as I was playing. The bidding on the sacrifices really bit me big time. I bid on sacrifices way too much. It's probably just bad play. You know, bad move by me over and over. So I don't know
Most
if it's a
most
design,
of
if there's
that
any design
is
considerations.
most
But
of that is just kind of the first time play.
yeah. Yeah, I really wanted to win those easy 5 points, but they're not easy.
No.
You just can't get them. They don't come easy. So yeah, those are kind of my thoughts. Bidding. I mean, I did like that element. I think it would be interesting to see how it plays in real life. Is there a reason that you cap the bid
At 3?
at 3?
Yeah, it's just because of the math on some of the cards, and then if you let people go over 3, like if you let people play 6, then they're gonna have a lot of bad turns because half
Yeah.
the cards require you to pay. So if you don't have any clams to pay, you're not gonna be able to do anything else.
Mm.
We want people to be
that
able to
wouldn't be a
have at
problem.
least some clams.
I can't imagine that would be a problem.
And also
I was joking. That was
graphically, and I don't know how I would do it with secret bidding. I'd have to have like a bunch of different numbers under there.
Yeah. I like the idea of asymmetric decks too. It was interesting.
Yeah, that's one of my big things is how you felt about using a different deck than everybody else.
Yeah, I would say for my play, I felt like I didn't optimize my deck appropriately for what it was built to do. It seemed like it very much played off of timing with others. And I just misplayed that timing. That was one thing I've vacillated on this feedback. I am going to say it because you asked about it, but I was thinking I wouldn't. But the thing I kind of wanted was a little bit of some sort of suggestion of what am I doing with my deck. And you know, part of it is the fun of there's the fun of discovering the strategy as you play, and there's not pigeonholing players. But then it would help maybe to know, well, what's the strength of this deck? Is it even like a simple primer, something like take advantage of other cultists' activities,
Yeah, so if I
or
add, yeah,
build
because
like nobody else, like
that
something
it-
like that.
that is one thing too with first time players and using the deck is if you don't catch on to the deck quickly on how to utilize it, would it help if I put like a little like tip on the card like up top that said focus on
Yeah,
something?
I'd like to see something like,
Like this says
you
focus
know,
on followers or
yeah, like Plague Doctor, like, you know, utilize your opponent's resources as your own. Like, I don't know, just something simple like that that's thematic, that gives you a tip, but doesn't force you to play that strategy. Just, I think that would maybe be, for me, the best key, where it's
yeah,
like,
definitely.
oh,
Like I said, one of my issues is trying to get first timers into it quicker. And then
mhm,
if we just put like a little thing out that says, hey, using this deck, focus on so and so.
yep,
Just so it's aware. Yeah, that's a good call. We'll definitely add
yeah.
that.
Yeah, I think that's something that would really elevate the game for me as in a first play. But yeah, otherwise, I don't think I have anything else constructive to share. So,
Cool. That
um,
was
great game.
plenty.
Yeah,
Thanks, Jack.
yeah, man.
All right, you want me to go?
Do
Evan?
it. Do it.
I know Sasha likes to wait and riff, so
I like to wait and rest.
Me too. Me too.
yeah, I really enjoyed this. I loved how the player board actually went really intuitively with gathers at the top and gathers at the top, recruits at this side, and everything to do with recruit is right there. All I got to do is the only one that took any time at all was the ritual. So
Right.
originally when I looked at these cards, I was like, oh no, 15 cards and they're all different. And I got to figure out what they all do. But then when I realized it was just really the text in the middle, and then I can see everything else at a glance once I know the icons. I thought it was really really nicely laid out. And
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm wondering if anybody's done this before. I don't remember, but
What is
uh,
it?
just like with the top icon, play the card above it, the bottom icon, play the card below it, this icon, play the card beside it. And this one, play the card beside it. And the middle is the card that goes in the middle. I don't know if I've seen that anywhere before. But if not, kudos to you.
Thanks.
If we have seen it, kudos for stealing it.
We've had so many different variations of this game, and then yeah, it was probably last year we were playtesting at Origins, and somebody was like, why don't you just lay the cards out or use them? And I was like, we should have thought of that like a year ago.
Yeah. Oh, it's amazing what somebody mentioned something to me like about a month ago, and I was like, oh yeah, that's a really good ad. Why didn't I think of that? But you get, you've been through like 1,000 different versions of the game probably by now, so you get stuck in what you're doing, right?
Yep.
And then you get stuck in cutting, and then
yeah, and that's one of the things too that makes it pretty easy. You just look like, okay, gathers up top, whatever my top number is, and so on.
Yeah, I really
have seen another game that does that.
Oh, you have?
Did you ever play Wildwood?
I never have.
Oh, okay.
I don't even know what it is. I'll look it up.
I'll mention it during my feedback.
It's Evan's game.
Yeah.
Oh,
I do think that is clever, and I do like that.
Yeah. Evan, what's the game we played at Shucks? Your simple card game that you and your wife have like
Fantasy Realms?
Yeah, Fantasy Realms. So I was just thinking of Fantasy Realms when I was kind of going through this of like having to learn a deck. So unlike Jack, I don't want asymmetric decks, but I think that's a pure preference. I like simpler games, and as soon as you add asymmetric powers to every other person, I now have to learn my deck, and I have to learn their deck as to what they could do to me. And what I can see coming, like I didn't know Evan's power of his grays, but knowing that that's in his deck and seeing him collect a bunch of grays, I'd be a little bit more ready to go, oh, this is going to be bad when he plays the card. So I don't personally like it.
Okay.
That being said, I don't mind it in some games. I have Smash Up. I don't play it because it's a little bit too heavy for my wife. And like you were saying, you design games that you would like your wife to be able to play. My wife wouldn't play this. This is too much for her, and she wouldn't play Smash Up. It's too much going on, and it's really because I'm too slow. I obviously, you can see from my play, I really think things through, not necessarily to my benefit, but I really think things through. So, but with the reason I mentioned Smash Up and Fantasy Realms is because Fantasy Realms, you're not going to play well your first time. You might play well your first time. You might get lucky and get, but it's probably going to take you several playthroughs to see how everything can combo and what you should be taking and keeping. It's a big combo game in case you haven't played it. Smash Up, to me, a little bit more. I can see the power in my deck. There are some that are really combo off of each other. I think like the robots and whatever. But things like the dinosaur deck and stuff like that, you can really see where your powerful cards are. That was the problem for me in not really understanding where my powerful cards are. So just echoing what Jack said about figuring out some way to let you know what that deck does if you choose to go asymmetric.
So I have a quick question.
Yeah.
So if we had the same deck for everyone, would you prefer it to be easier or to be cooler? Like, would you want to be able to do a bunch of cool abilities, or would you prefer it just to be kind of easier, less text?
I would want all of the different elements that you can kind of combine in the game, so that, I mean, I don't know because I don't know the game well enough, but I would want things that gave me a difficult choice of, do I play this here or do I play this here? And do I sacrifice it or do I not sacrifice it? That's
Okay.
that's where I want the difficulty to come from. And how you do that is the interesting part. But yes, I do also want to be able to do cool things with my ritual. And like I said, I'm not saying don't do asymmetric. I'm just saying personal choice for me would be not to. I'm on the lighter end of your gaming crowd. I
Right.
tend to enjoy gateway games because that's what my wife enjoys. And that's my main play group. My wife, my son, he's 14. He'll play heavier stuff with me. But so we do play some heavier stuff, but yeah, it's mostly gateway. So for me, I would prefer it lighter because I would never play it enough to get into the asymmetry of it. It would just get it would be too much to really feel like I'm playing it well without playing it probably 5, 6, 7 times and then go, oh, okay, that's what that deck does. Never played with it before, but I've seen you do that like 3 times now. Okay, I get it. I need to be ready for that. But lots of people will really enjoy that and they'll like the replayability. I personally like a game that's straightforward and I will replay it if I like the game. So
Right.
replayability to me is, I don't know. To me, that's a bad word in my vocab because if you've got a good game, I will play it to death.
Right.
Ask Evan about Fantasy Realms and how many games he's played. He's probably worn out to death.
The sleeves are still holding mostly.
but I'll do that with simple games like Azul and Silver and Gold and El Dorado and King of Tokyo. I like something with a little bit of strategy, but something I can kind of just sit down and play with my wife, and then the heavier stuff with my son. So long story short, I don't know which way you should do it. Asymmetric.
Yeah. Yeah, I said it's been one of the bigger questions.
Yeah, and I think you've got to do what you want in the game and what you're passionate about, because that's what will come out when you're showing the game. If you tame this back and say, well, they're all the same, but I'm not really happy with it, but I think that's what I need to market towards, I think you lose yourself in that a little.
Yeah.
And we all know if you're making a game, you've got to play it hundreds of times. You don't want to play a game hundreds of times that you don't like playing. So I would say make it for you and your design partner, however you want to make it. Either one works. And either one will just be towards a slightly different group, in my opinion. For me, like you'll catch me on the crossover between my son and my wife. If she was into this, which it's too heavy for her, but I'm just saying if she was a little bit stepping up her game, my son would probably prefer the asymmetric side. So, okay, I said way too much on that.
It's okay. I'm still in the middle of, like I said, I personally like the asymmetric decks, but I get 100% where you're coming from on not having it.
So when I see something working, I just always go back to what's your passion for it? What do you want it to be? Because it's your game. You're the most passionate person about it. Maybe a couple other super fans. Everybody else might be a fan, but they're probably not nearly as passionate about the game as the designer is. I would assume. I know that's what it is for my game. Probably. I don't know. We'll see once it gets out there. But let's see. So just some other kind of surface things. Gather didn't feel like it was the right name to me. And the other one that didn't feel like it was the right name to me was Sacrifice. Intuitively, Gather makes it seem like I'm going to get something, like I'm gathering, and I'm not really gathering. I'm giving something to my partner on the left. So I don't know if that rings true, or maybe there's a way that that fits in and I'm not seeing it.
You're gathering it because we're all in the same cult. So we're gathering it for the person next to you. But I can look at, I'll note it to see if maybe there's a different word that represents that a little bit better.
Yeah, donate, give, gift, commune.
Yeah. Something to show that it's not for you. Because gather just screams to me that I was surprised when I was gathering and I was giving it away initially when you were giving that.
Alms.
Yeah, that's a good note. I'll definitely try to get that changed so it's a little easier to understand right away.
I will tell you some notes that I wrote down that, like Evan will probably say in his, I don't know if I necessarily agree with that anymore. I definitely don't agree with my original thoughts, but just to let you know that they were there, but I think they sorted themselves. I didn't think that the giving was or gather. See, I'm already calling it the wrong thing. I didn't think it was punishing enough to give it to somebody else. And then I saw how the shells eventually ran out and how we used shells to bolster our sacrifice and stuff. So I completely disagree with myself. But that was a perception at the beginning of the game while I was just learning it. That was me. That wasn't that's not a truth, I don't think. I should mention just one more thing on the asymmetric deck too. I think if you don't make it asymmetric, it helps with the length of the game a little bit. I think if you keep it non-asymmetric or just all the same, it's just not as much to learn and to get going and to wonder what that other person's doing. But I think on a first playthrough, you're not going to know your own cards, let alone realize how anybody else is comboing theirs. So it might not actually have any difference in the length of the game. But that was just one of my kind of thoughts as we went.
It's always good to know what everybody's deck can do, but there's nothing you can do to change how somebody else's deck works.
Right. Yeah, and that's another point. Like having not really understood the other decks, maybe me knowing what they do isn't really that important. I don't know, maybe I wouldn't give shells to somebody, or maybe I wouldn't give a gray follower to, Evan, for example. But I also thought, did I mention that I thought sacrifice didn't feel quite right? I'm not sure if I mentioned that or not.
Like thematically?
Yeah, so
thematically, the reason we're using Catfish is because we don't want you to murder actual people.
okay.
So what you're actually doing is sacrificing, you're murdering them, they're dead. You're putting them on the cult altar, sacrificing them.
Okay. Yeah,
Catfish.
so maybe that would, I did not understand the theme of the game. That was the next thing I had written down. So I get that a little bit more now, and that would probably come through more loud and clear in the rule book and such. So
Yeah, I tend to teach gameplay over theme first, but that's just kind of my play thing, because I'm kind of when I play games, I honestly don't care about themes. I look
Right.
at them like there's two types of people that play games based on the designs mechanic, and other that get full into the theme.
Yeah.
And I'm the non-theme person, so I kind of dive into the mechanics a little bit more. But
I tend to do the same thing. The one thing it matters to me is because sacrifice isn't intuitive for me to take that card and throw it up here. It seems like I'm selling a fish. And now that I get the Catfish Cultists theme, it makes way more sense. So
yeah, it would just be a little too, it'd be a little too dark if we were sacrificing people or something.
oh no, yeah, no, like I said, I get the theme now, so it makes more sense. So yeah, you can probably ignore that one. I would probably hammer the theme a little bit, so that people would intuitively understand what we're doing, and we're sacrificing fish instead of people, and we are a cult. Because I thought this was actually a cult of catfish.
Uh,
Like when I heard the name, I was like, okay, we're a bunch of catfish.
I
I
think that
didn't.
is the theme, right?
Yeah, we are
Uh,
killing our own.
yeah,
What we are catfish. So
yeah,
it's
we are actually catfish. We're killing our own
Oh, okay.
catfish.
Okay, we are a cult of catfish. Okay,
Yeah.
We're
Yeah.
sacrificing our own.
okay. Yeah, so obviously that didn't come through for me, but it
Yeah,
might
I can push the theme more a little bit.
have for everybody else. It might have just been something that I missed out on. And then I think, yeah, I think that was everything in the game. Jack said, I really like the core loop. I like the um area control out here. I liked that there was like this piece to try and go for. I did that a lot, and I suffered for it. But the main reason that I suffered at the end is because I just didn't do enough of the other things. So there was a couple times where I was like, "Ooh, that was dumb," and that was my fault. It wasn't the game's fault. So I think it's just a matter of, you know, learning the game and then getting deeper into the strategy of it. But the core
Yeah,
loop,
like I said, we've played this game so much, it's to the point where it's super crunchy. So I mean, it's still possible to win and do good if you make a bad turn or two, but if you make a few bad turns, you're probably gonna be behind. So
Yeah.
we've got it pretty tight where it can be a little bit punishing on newer people due to the tightness.
Yeah, and I think again, if you were to go to asymmetric decks and make it just that bit heavier, it goes with the crunchier game, um, and it kind of matches. So I think there's nothing in here that would keep me from wanting to play the game again.
Cool.
Everything really, I thought it was really tight the way everything kind of acted with everything else. Um, I know Evan had a few whiffs on what he was doing. Um, you know,
We just call that bad gameplay.
but I didn't ever feel like I was like, oh, I just couldn't do anything. And I think one of the fun parts is seeing how you screw yourself in the end. As in like, oh, why didn't I keep one more card that had one orange thing so I could make one more set?
Yeah,
And
that's kind of that's the whole point. You feel a little like, oh, like
yeah,
man.
yeah, and honestly, people like to kick their own ass in games, so it's a good feeling to know that it's your own fault.
Yeah, that was one of our design goals, was to that whole dilemma in your head.
Yeah, so I really like it, and I like the core loop, and I love the way the cards come out according to where stuff is on the card. It's very intuitive.
Thank you, thank you.
that me.
Yeah, Sasha, do it.
Sweet. Well, I mean, first of all, I also very much got into and enjoyed the core loop. I want to try and answer your main question right off the bat, and then I'll maybe come back to it
Okay.
a little bit later on. I think that there's aspects of the asymmetric that I like, but I think that it makes more sense to have them more symmetric initially. And I'm sort of curious, have you played Heat by any chance? I know it just came out this year, so
I have not.
Long story short, everyone has the same deck to start with, and in the game your deck stays the same the whole time. It's not a deck builder. it's like a sort of hand management game. Anyways, after you've played the game a couple times, they have something called the garage module, where it's like this big deck of cards that have like sort of wild effects and stuff. And after you've played a couple times, then you do a little draft where each player gets essentially I think 3 cards from this like powered up card deck that then replace 3 cards that would be in your normal starting deck. So I would be interested in the potential idea of being sort of a hybrid answer to your question, where it's symmetrical
So
decks that you can pump up once you've played the game once
we
or twice.
we did actually on the past version of this have something almost similar to that,
Mhm.
where we had designed 4 different decks,
Mhm.
and you could easily switch out like the card that's, you know, one to give. They were a little different on how they were, but you could like take out one card and put in the other card, where
Mhm.
just like the effect was different. But I see, do you think um it kind of, I never thought of the hybrid idea actually. That's interesting. So maybe have like half the cards the same and the other half different.
Well, I mean, I don't
That's
think
a
you
different
even have to
idea.
go that crazy. I think just if you have like 3 cards that are really powerful, that is, the decks are small enough that that is gonna really affect how your deck is playing. I don't think you need to have that many cards be different for the decks to feel very different from each other, because really there's only 1 card in your 5 cards each turn that is doing something like really unique and different.
Right.
I feel like, and so out of your 15 cards, yeah, I don't think you need to have half of them be new and wild and crazy. Just having like a couple that are powerful and wild and crazy, I think would feel very asymmetric still.
Yeah, I've never, that has never that is actually something I'm gonna talk to Nate about.
Okay. Yeah,
Is
it's something that I've really enjoyed, because when I'm teaching Heat, with people that don't play lots of games, I just do the base thing. It works fine. It's simple. Everyone has the exact same cards. They're all really simple to understand. Then once I've played it with some people, or I'm playing with people that are definitely gamers, then we add a couple of these more powerful cards. And another thought that sort of ties into this is a note that I wrote down, is I was feeling like after I played my deck once, I feel like I'd play the deck the same almost every single time. And so if that's what made me crave some sort of draft or something, so that I could like, if I don't, I wouldn't want to have this deck again. I do think the deck that I have is strong. I think there's like good synergy in it, but I feel like I would just play this deck the same way every single time. And I would like to be forced to change that, or like adapt to the powerful cards that I got or whatever. Obviously I could just choose a different deck if they're just asymmetrical decks, but yeah, I think that concept can solve a couple of different problems without being too much extra sort of components or complexity to what's in a box or whatever. Yeah. So, and I might come back to that point a little bit. I just wanted to come out of the gate with that, because that is what you
Yeah,
said
that's
your main question was about.
yeah, that's definitely good feedback on that, because like that's never come up to do like a hybrid deck like that, because it's always been everybody's
One or the
deck's the
other.
same or asymmetric,
Mhm.
and it's never yeah, that's good. I'm definitely gonna try to think of something to hybrid
Okay,
hybrid-esque.
okay, I'm gonna go down my list. I did not do the best job of organizing it, so bear with me.
That's
First
okay.
thing I wrote down: might make sense to end when you can't sacrifice. So just like thematically, if our deck started with 1 less card, if you wanted it to be 10 rounds, just so that like thematically the game ends because we can't make a sacrifice. Like that sort of makes sense to me. Like ending when I still have 5 cards, so I could still play a normal turn. Felt a little bit like if you weren't here telling us that and we weren't confirming it, I would sort of question that. So I just think that like there can be a cool thematic tie-in if like the game ends when you can't do a normal turn, rather than ending when you can still do another normal turn.
I do think that's a cool idea. I have to talk to Nate about the math, because
Yeah.
essentially we could just get rid of a card,
Mhm.
but there's a crazy formula
Yeah,
to
no,
all of this, so I have to
I
figure.
totally understand that
I
it
do.
changes
It
multiple
does
things.
feel weird having that one card left.
Yeah, just like I think for it, making it intuitive and also having a thematic tie-in, that would make sense to me. The sending the shells at the top feels weird because you have no control over who you're sending it to. So the first difference can feel weird or arbitrary. Yeah, this is sort of like a mesh of thoughts. I was sort of wondering why the gather was not like you just game the stuff. Like, why is it passing it off? Like,
It's not as intuitive, and it's a little. Basically, we've got hammered into our heads from every publisher I've talked to that you need interaction in this type of game. Like, you have to have it. Like, this is every publisher I've talked to, this is like 10 plus. They're like, you need the interaction, and then that does give it some interaction.
I'm cool with that sort of concept, but I don't think this is the way that you want to do the interaction. I think this feels very uninteresting or fun to me. And I know it was feeling unfun to Evan because I was always giving him one. But like the way that my deck was, it just.
Yeah, I would have really enjoyed being left of anyone else.
Yeah. Yeah. And he had no control over that. And I had I couldn't like be like, oh, I want to give a little bit to someone else instead. I don't want to just keep hammering Evan with my choking strategy. But that was just like he was sitting there, so he's getting the. I mean, like that. It felt very arbitrary.
To
and
be
not
fair,
like
on that
interaction.
point, we have tested it where somebody does get hammered with like ones, and they've still got first or second. You just kind of have to adapt your strategy a little different.
I mean, I get from like a in-game point thing, but a feeling perspective, I don't think that hammering feeling feels good. And the fact that it's completely arbitrary, like who I'm going to be hammering and who the person to my right is going to be hammering me. If you are doing it for interaction reasons, I don't think that it's achieving its goal. Yeah, just from my perspective.
I do like that idea, Sasha, because like if, especially as players started to pull ahead, if you have the, requirement to give shells to other people, that's great. But if you could choose where they go, or even just which direction they go, whether it's to your right or to your left, not necessarily to any player, it's.
And I don't. Like I get how that is interaction. That would make it more interaction. But my vote would be for keeping it simple with it. You just gain that. And so then there's like all of your sides are like, this is beneficial. This is beneficial. The shell side is, this is actively bad. That just it just felt a little bit weird to me. And then also just going back to the point where people were saying that it being gather and stuff, just like being sort of confusing. Yeah, that's sort of my thought. I think that's there is some nice interaction with like the area control, but there is not like there's a lot of sort of solitaire-ish aspects. So I hear that concern, but I just don't think that this is a good way or is an effective way of adding interaction. And I think it felt or could feel bad. I know for sure Evan felt bad that he was always getting one and other people were getting 2s or 3s every round. And I felt like I was making the right choice on my thing. I wasn't specifically trying to just make Evan be the only one that was suffering. But that was just like the way that we sat at the table. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
So-
you are hurting yourself too by doing a lot of the ones. Because if you're placing the one up here, you got your 3 build, you got your 3 build, your 8, your 10, your 8.
I never had a round where I didn't build 3. The only thing that I got rid of all my low ones and just didn't care about the bottom numbers at all until the end.
So I mean, it is possible to do, but you placing all of your ones up there did hurt you a little bit.
It didn't feel like it hurt me at all. Like from a strategic standpoint, everything that I always put up there, I put up there because I didn't want it in one of these spots. And it just so happened that it was almost always my one.
Okay.
And maybe that's a card balance thing in my deck specifically, which I sort of get to a little bit later on in the notes that I wrote. But I wasn't like trying really hard to give a 1. The only time that I made that decision was when Evan asked me what he was going to get, and I was like, "Oh, you're going to get a 2," and I was like, "Oh no, I'm going to make him get a 1." That was the only time that I was like specifically decided that I wanted a 1 there, and it wasn't just not one that I wanted somewhere else. Yeah. So why is gather give something? Oh yeah, I talked about that. I constantly wanted to put my lowest number card on sacrifice. Yeah, early on in the game, the fact that the low number of cards, especially in my deck, I saw some other people's low number cards be a little bit more interesting, but I kept feeling like in my hand of cards, my worst card was the low sac value. And so I was like, okay, deck thinning, bye. Now I have more powerful cards in my deck. And I always have my best cards. And so that's part of the reason why I didn't have any give 3 shells in my deck like after the halfway point of the game, because I just gotten rid of all of them because they seemed like my worst cards.
The 5 points is extremely powerful.
Which one?
The getting 5 victory points for sacrificing.
Oh, but
so by you not winning it often that definitely is very powerful.
But I won it often because I saved all my high numbers for the end of the game. So I won the last several. I won several of the last rounds because I had all my high cards at the end.
And I kept giving you shells galore.
Yeah, I just like at the end of the game, I was just like, okay, I'll sacrifice a 10 and I'll put 3 shells. And then, okay, I'll sacrifice another 10 and get 3 shells. And I was at near the top of the light. So it's just like, okay, I was guaranteed to get those rather than like gambling early on or like, is people going to put a low number or high number? I was just like, I don't care. I'll just put a low number so I have a better deck. That was just what was going on in my head. I understand if that is not like actually strategically optimal or whatever. I was just like what was going on in my head.
Yeah, I noted it. It's
Okay.
definitely not strategically optimal.
Yeah.
This is the first time that's ever happened, and we've tried a lot of stuff, but I definitely noted it.
Okay. The rituals seem very strong. Yeah, I mean, those seem like the best cards in each deck. Evans did feel the worst from what I saw. Mine seemed really good, and I also had a card that let me play a card from my discard pile. So I think until the last 2 turns of the game, I played the same ritual every single turn except for 2, I think.
Yeah.
Which seemed very strong. And one of the big reasons that I had so many followers and was just able to, yeah, it just felt very strong. Which I don't think that's inherently bad, but I think that needs to be pretty balanced amongst the different asymmetric aspects. Like the fact that I could just have one card that I can just keep playing every single turn, basically, that's good, seemed strong. Recruit. Oh, this is a silly little. This is not like strong feedback. Just I was looking at these symbols at first, and the fact that this one is just up a little bit made me not realize that they were showing you what they were talking about. I just thought they were like little coffee stains. I don't know why.
Oh yeah, no, those are
Um,
the
Yeah,
the ink
I get that they're like
the ink
showing you
blots
where
from
you're looking.
Contact, right?
But
Contact, the other
it's
movie.
like it's the recruit one is the only one. It like doesn't line up with where the actual symbol is. It's like telling you to look up in the corner of the card, and I'm like, oh, there's nothing. What am I looking at? It's not a big deal. I get that there's text here, and that's why it's there. But
yeah, gragraphically that one was weird. I
Yeah.
couldn't figure out where to put
no,
it.
and it's not a big deal.
So basically, usually I'm like, wherever you play your card, that's what you use. And I'm just like, look at the little circle thing.
Mhm.
Whatever icon is there, that's what you're using for that spot.
For sure. Yeah, no, I get it, and I like it didn't take me long to figure it out, but yeah. Definitely tell people at the start. Oh, yeah, and this is a big one with the sort of game length and going like the turn lengths. I think it's almost like as soon as people get the basics of how the game works, tell them to start their next turn as soon as they finish their turn. It's gonna save so much time, because once I started doing that and started getting the habit of that, it like I actually felt like I was not taking very much time. And I think until everyone at the table is doing that and is very conscious of that or cognizant of that, the game is going to feel like it's really going to drag. There's still always the problem of you can't start the next round until the last person has like put down their cards. So
The only reason I don't tell people right off the bat is because if you're the last player, I don't want you to feel
like everyone's
Like-
waiting for you.
yeah.
Yeah, and I totally get that. I do wonder if there's a way. I mean, this is like it would be sweet if everyone was just able to do that. There was just like a way that flow could just keep going, rather than the last person getting like hung up on that. Because if that was the case, then that turn length thing would not be a problem at all. Because yeah, I felt like once I finished my turn, I discarded my things, and I was like looking at my new cards, and because I didn't really care what other people were doing on their turns like that much. I was a little bit like, oh, you just put a bunch of things in that spot, and then if someone did something before my next turn, before our next reveal, then I'd like swap a card or something. But yeah, I think as far as total game length, that is big, and if you can make that so that everyone can do that, that would be huge. But that also sounds challenging without
I can
changing
tell
that
you
much.
it is not possible. As we have tried for 3 years to figure out how to do it simultaneously, and it doesn't work ever.
Well, it's not simultaneous, but I get what you're saying.
Oh yeah, like I said, we've tried everything you can think of.
Like a staggered thing is what I'm talking about. I don't know, when Evan like thumbs up and stuff, I don't know if he had an idea for this, but yeah.
We've
Anyways.
tried different staggered things and having, and it
Yeah,
it never
I don't have a
worked
specific
in the long
idea.
run.
Maybe it's just like a something that is not achievable. But anyways, why catfish? Maybe lean into catfish more specifically, or switch to something that sort of is known for sacrificing itself, or something that catfish is just because it's sort of cult catfish cult. Is it just sort of like the name, like the letter, or like why catfish?
So thematically, you're getting rid of something, you're sacrificing a card or moving it from your game.
Mhm.
And every other theme we've had, like this is the 5th or 6th theme,
Oh,
it's just kind of stupid. And this was the one that
I just mean
is
like
kind of cooler.
as that animal, like any other cultist, like why not a deer cultist or but like
Oh, it's
why was
because
catfish?
it's because catfish nobody cares about.
Okay, got
Like
it.
if you see somebody sacrificing a deer,
Yeah,
you're gonna be instantly sad. But if you see somebody killing a catfish, you're gonna be like, ah, it's just a catfish. It's just a pretty.
I do wonder if there's like a way to like lean into the catfish thing more, or if there is some sort of animal that exists that is known for sacrificing itself, maybe using that or something, and being a potential like, I didn't know about this animal and they're known for sacrificing themselves. Like that's what this thing. I feel like there's some potential there, and it just felt like Catfish felt sort of random, and we didn't do anything that felt catfishy.
Yes and no, because when you hear about Catfish Cultists, you're like, what the heck is that?
Yeah,
So
no,
it instantly
it's definitely
drives you
sort
to
of
wonder.
off the wall. But like my first thought was we were going to be like catfishing people, like
Yeah.
that was my first thought when I saw that, like you were going to be catfishing people into your cult or something. But yeah, I kept waiting for catfish to mean something or like come out thematically in some way. But yeah, anyways, all of my low number cards gave lots of shells. Yeah, and so I just got rid of them. While Jack has low cards that have minimal shells. Yeah, and I just saw that like Jack had a I think a 2 numbered card that had like a low shell like output. So like he had a reason to keep that around because he could like use it to give out low number of shells. Where I felt like my low number cards, just like if they were low number sacrifice and they were just like bad in all their stats, I was just like, okay, I just get rid of this. Yeah. Would be more interesting if low number cards had at least one strong thing about them. Yeah. Like if some of my low cards had like 3 build things or one shell or something like that, would make me a little bit more interested and like feel a little bit more of a pull one way or another rather than just immediately get rid of them. Yeah. I wanted to just pull up one of my.
Typically, it doesn't happen hardly ever that somebody just dishes all their.
Yeah, this one just seems so bad. Like, it only does something if I have the least points,
Yeah, every
and then
deck has
every
one
other
card.
stat is awful.
Every card has one card that sucks.
Okay, but like, okay, like what's the? It's just because like, sacrificing it is like you're not going to win that round. That's like that's why you would keep it. Like in my mind, I want to get rid of that card immediately because I don't ever want to draw it.
Yeah, well, if you get rid of it, then you know you're not going to win the sacrifice, and you know you're not going to get the 5 or 2.
Yeah, like do I want to struggle for the whole game at the cost of losing one? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there should be something redeemable on this card. Otherwise, I'm always just going to sacrifice it immediately, and just like I'm not going to win that round. Maybe in a 2-player game, you're right. The sacrifices are a lot more important, but in a 4-player game, it's like I'm competing with a bunch of other people. I'm just gonna say, okay, I'm losing this to get rid of a bad card for one round.
It's
And
also
then I'll win
good
some
too,
later
because
ones.
if somebody's not giving you a lot of shells and you don't have any, or you want to save your shells, I mean, getting 2 victory points isn't bad.
Yeah, so if I'm in last place, if I have the least points, I gain 2 points.
Yeah.
So this only works if I'm in last, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. It felt like the likelihood that I'd want to play that was very minimal. Yeah. Anyways, the low cards, the worst ones would be more. Yeah. I feel like I might always have. Yeah, this is going back. I feel like I would likely play my deck the same way each time I played. And then just going back to, I'd love a simple draft or something to like make each game feel more different rather than a different deck. But that just is getting back to that initial point that I said with the idea of a potential hybrid asymmetric thing.
Yep.
it'd be nice if the entire left side of and this is just a little graphical thing. It'd be nice if like this whole left side of the card was orange or something, or like the background of this card was orange or something, because sometimes like looking at them quickly, or from a distance or something, I would have to like zoom in to be like, oh, that's orange, but like this whole side could be orange, or the whole card could be orange. Right.
The reason why it's not like that is because it's difficult with 5 things you have to look at, and we don't want to blast with color. But when you look at a not TTS, it's super easy to
Got it.
tell the color right away.
It could be like very muted. I'm not saying like it has to be like super hardcore. Just like a hint or reminder, and like also the fact that it's on the left side when you're like fanning out your cards. Depending on how you fan out your cards, I guess it'd be very easy to be like, oh, I need this color follower. Boom. But yeah, I don't know. It's maybe I'm crazy, but that's just my thought. I think that's everything I wrote down. I did just sort of blast a bunch of like sort of critiques and stuff. I did really enjoy the core loop of the game, the basic concept of I have played Evan's game that does a sort of similar thing with the different, depending on where the card goes, the different abilities activate. But I do really enjoy the core of that. I think once we got into the flow, it became pretty quick to decide what was going out in what spots, and be able to like read the information on the card. And yeah, I enjoyed it. I honestly, I didn't notice the game taking as long as it did, because I did feel relatively engaged most of the time. But yeah, not to say that couldn't be improved, but I think I definitely enjoyed it. I'd be interested in seeing this one as it develops a little bit more, playing with trying that sort of hybrid method. I'd be quite interested in playing that.
Cool.
Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you for all the feedback.
For sure.
Okay, so yeah, Trevor, I have seen a game that does that before. I made a game that does that. But that is to say, I really like that. I think that's a super cool thing to do in a game that has been done before, but you don't see very often. I'm not the first one to do it either. I don't think. I can't think of a game off the top, but I'm sure that we didn't create it. But I really like, just the visual association of I put the card here, I do the thing up there, yada yada, multi-use cards. I think that's great. I like it. It, and this, it comes with a lot of design challenges.
Yep.
If you're trying to, like I ended up getting mine to simultaneous reveal and simultaneous turn taking. As you know, that was quite a feat. But you definitely have to make some sacrifices to get it there, and there's certain interactions you can't do and all that kind of stuff. But that is to say, I really like the basic conceit of the game. And then, of course, I always like area control and putting QBs out and stuff too. There were a bunch of pain points for me. Lots of whiffs and no's and bad lucks and all those things. Where if that's going to happen in a game, I'm going to find them.
You still got second though. You were, even with your whiffs, you were still only a few points behind.
I do agree with that, but I'm talking about feelings.
Yeah.
Right? Not necessarily like outcomes. Like, what would a player want to play the game again based on how they felt playing it rather than the score that they got, right?
See, it's a yes and no. Sometimes when I play a game and I do bad, I'm like, man, I played this game bad. I need to play it again immediately so I can do better at it.
Yeah, definitely there are different players that will respond to things differently. I'm letting you know my take on my experience.
Yeah, it has.
Right.
I mean, there's always gonna be that. It definitely happens where somebody has that feel bad moment. But part of that is the game. So I don't know if there's a way to fix that part.
Well, I've got some ideas.
Okay.
Cool. So let's see. Let's start with the asymmetrical deck question. I like the idea of asymmetrical decks. You've already outlined a lot of the concerns, the pluses and minuses of going either way. My big concern with asymmetrical decks, at least as currently implemented, was I'm not certain about variant strategies within each player's deck. It seems like there's kind of an optimal play that won't be changing a lot from game to game, where like you're almost always going to want to thin these cards and run this core loop for each given player's deck card set. I don't know if that's true. I've only played one game, right? Like maybe that's totally not true, but it's just what it
It
seems like.
it also can depend on the draw too.
Sure. So if you do end up going asymmetrical, I would really put a lot of focus on making sure that within that character's deck there are different state-based things that occur regularly that would make you shift or do a different strategy within your deck.
Okay.
Let's see, shells, and you have to, I'm always looking for things to just cut out of games, so it doesn't mean you always should. But to me, the shells were not interesting or compelling or necessary. I understand that they are like what is happening in that top slot, so you'd need to do something else with that top slot. But for me, that market, or not market, what do you call that? That resource of shells just didn't really, wasn't compelling. I was like,
Okay.
just let me do abilities. Let me play cards and do abilities. The gather giving thing, yeah, I felt similarly to a couple other comments where if the whole point of that is the player interaction, then it wasn't doing a ton of that. Um, it was doing a little bit of it. It was doing a little bit. But it was, yeah, it was doing a little bit. But if you want player interaction and publishers like you need more player interaction, I don't think that's going to be the thing where they're like, you did it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean it's not like a huge player interaction, but
Yeah.
it does get pretty into strategies. Like if you know somebody has like they're not getting shells, you're
Mm-hmm.
gonna force them to use their cards to get shells, so you can kind
Mm-hmm.
of you can kind of sabotage them.
Mm-hmm.
Or if
No, I get it.
somebody's in last place and you kind of want them to catch up and they're doing bad, like just keep giving a bunch of shells because maybe they catch up to somebody else. That's
Yeah, no, I get it. Like, I see what they're doing in there. I'm just saying I don't know if that gameplay aspect to them is compelling enough to have in the game,
right.
personally.
It's just a little without having it, it's just way too solitaire.
Mhm.
It's just too it's just way too because that's how it's been for all the other previous versions, and
Oh, you
it's just
just
too
added
solitaire.
shells?
No, the giving it to somebody else. Because it used
Oh,
to be
I
you just
see.
get it for yourself, but it was
Hmm.
too
The
it was
area can.
just
Oh, okay. Anyway, yeah, I have only played once. Let's see. Turn order. Initially, I was thinking that you didn't need it, but it does resolve a lot of questions as far as like who's going to get what points and that kind of stuff. So it did end up being useful. Um, let's see. Down the 1, 2, 3 thing, you're saying it's not an issue in person down on the sacrifice as far as
mm,
people seeing what you're doing.
Oh no, it's not an issue at
Oh,
all.
okay. Because I had this idea, like you could, if you had a player board, you can have a little cutout with a little chippy that you slide underneath your card, But the player board has a little notch in it. You just slide your little chippy.
Yeah, it hasn't happened where somebody kind of stares at anybody or.
If it becomes an issue, there's ways to solve it. Turn, yeah, TTS. But for us, it was 2 hours. It was, or just over 2 hours. I had an average of 12 minutes between my turns. The worst one was the 20 minutes where I went from second place to third place. And then on the one where I went from second place to fourth place. And then on the turn where I went fourth place to first place, it was a 6-minute wait. So that was the longest and the shortest, for an average of 12 minutes between turns. TTS always stretches things out. If it's an hour at 4 players regularly, if you're talking about 4 players that know the game really well, played all the time, that's a different thing than your first play experience.
Right.
Which obviously is really important. Let's see. I'm going to come back to this. I've got kind of a big overarching thing. Temples. I wasn't having luck with them, so I wasn't enjoying them at first. I happened to have a card in my deck that was like a brute force card that was like, nope, okay, I'm gonna win some temples.
Yeah.
Which I don't know if that was fun for anybody else. I feel like I didn't do much engagement with the temples in a way that was probably how they were intended. Like anytime I actually tried to compete for something, I lost it. And didn't really even get the second place points. And then once I realized that my deck is like that card where you can brute force your way in and nobody can do anything about it, then I don't know if that's the kind of engagement you're wanting there. Where it's not really a competition.
I mean, you're the first person to go that high with that card.
Oh yeah, it seems like what I would do with the deck every time.
Because essentially, mathematically, you're probably only going to be able to use it once or twice at that high of an amount.
Yeah, I don't know. That's what I would go for every time, unless it was obvious that it just wasn't working how I wanted. But I got a lot of bad luck, and I played a few things just like where I didn't understand how they would work, and so I totally whiffed on a few things or whatever. And I still almost won. So I suspect that strategy might be a touch too good currently. But
Okay.
my concern with it isn't that you may or may not win with it. It's that I don't know if it's interesting to play with or against. Like if the other guy's watching me just block out an entire temple was like, okay, or if it was an entry, or to me, the player engagement should be the area control, and my strategy there kind of obviates that whole
Right.
player interaction thing. Oh, that's for this other thing. Some of the other cards in my deck felt bad, but that other guy was so good that I was like, I don't know, maybe that's the balance. Because I was watching Sasha with his one that he actually gets to plan which rituals he's triggering, and I'm like, maybe I'll trigger one that I can't pay for, and maybe I won't. I don't know. And so I basically just never played that card again because I was like, well, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it's not advisable to play right away, but I mean, you can still also use it for the 3 on the side there for build.
Oh yeah, they're multi-use cards. I get it. I'm just talking about the ability in the middle.
Yeah.
Like watching Sasha's middle ability interactions and my middle ability interactions. I definitely felt like I was like, oh man, I want that deck. Until I
Yeah,
realized until I realized I have like one card that's like, oh, that is my deck.
Yeah, that's one of the issues we've had with asymmetric decks is where people see somebody else using the cool cards and the good cards, and then they're like, oh, where's my good card at? And then they
Right.
accidentally got rid of it. That was one
Right.
of the reasons why we were trying to go to the other thing, but
Yeah.
also
Well, I think when you spend a little more time on working out variant strategies within each asymmetrical deck will solve that. Because then if you get rid of a linchpin for one particular strategy within your deck, well, okay, you're going to have to do one of the other four or whatever. You know what I mean?
right.
If there's only one like good card per se, like obviously they all have their unique uses, but if there's one card that's kind of the linchpin to the whole strategy of the deck, and there's only one strategy of the deck, and you get rid of it because you didn't know any better.
Well, I
That
mean, you can still do good or win without using the strategy of it. So I mean, it's still possible even if you do get rid of like the one or two cards that
Hmm.
is kind of the best.
yeah, I don't know. I've only played it once. Let's see. Initially, so I think in my deck I only have one card that embraces the flame. You said everybody else had two. Is that true?
I think all decks should have two.
I might have just missed it. I don't know, or ditched it early and not noticed.
You might have, but I'm 98% sure that all decks have two.
Well,
I had two and then one that gave it to someone else.
mm,
So I sort of had three, but
not really.
not really.
I'll have to decade.
Now that being said, I
I'll
don't.
double check decade tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm not really convinced it's a concern. I thought it was because I misunderstood how that track worked. I thought when I embraced the flame, I moved up by one forward instead of all the way to the front.
Yeah.
And moving forward by one just wasn't even close to powerful enough for like what you're giving up to do it. But moving all the way to the front kind of fixed that whole issue for me. And I was like, I don't care if I only have one card. I'll use it when I need it, and then ditch it. No big
Yeah,
deal.
having being close to flame is very powerful.
Yeah, exactly. I just didn't realize that. So actually, having only one card is fine as long as you don't accidentally ditch it and then you spend 3/4 of the game going last. You know. The abilities generally, I would love to see them streamlined just a touch. There's a lot going on. If you did get rid of shells, that would help streamline them a lot because then you're getting rid of one line of text. Pay 4 shells, yada yada. But there was a lot of abilities that were like, do this thing, and then do this thing, and maybe this thing, but like just like do that first thing better and then don't do the second thing, or just do the second thing better but don't do the first thing. Just I would love to see just a little bit more simplification of what's happening in those. Generally, some of them are very straightforward, but other ones are very multi-part and weird. The give my card that said give 1 shell to gain 5. That would be an example of a card that is just feel bad. Because if I have the 1 shell to gain 5, right, then I'm not in a bind. And that's the card that is supposed to exist to get me out of a bind. Right? I'm not playing
Right.
that card unless I'm in a bind on shells. And if I'm in a bind on those shells, I cannot play that card. So, yeah. And then, of course, I misunderstood how it even worked, so I wasted my whole thing for the turn and whatever. And that felt extra bad, too. But misunderstanding of how a card works isn't going to be the normal, necessarily, way. But, just like, give me 4 shells. Don't make me have one to pay one to get an extra one. Just, like, give me 4. So it's more useful rather than more conditionally useful.
I only worry that it takes out a whole layer to the game.
What's that?
If you get rid of the whole currency.
Oh, yeah.
I
Yeah,
don't I
it
don't know if it's a good answer or not, but because then it kind of changes the entire structure of every deck.
mhm. Oh yeah, for sure. It would be a major. It would be a major thing for sure. Um, the Union Chief was my good card for sure. Sasha's assistant and his boss were his good cards. Um, my blue boss guy was not good. That's fine. Unfinished buildings. I feel like that last round you kind of lost an opportunity to have interesting decision making. Um, oh, did he disappear?
I don't see his video, but are you still
What? No,
there?
I'm still here.
Oh, you're still there?
Okay.
Okay, your video just went out. I feel like
Oh,
the last round you lost an opportunity for engagement between players, which is the area control, which I'm kind of assuming is the focus of the area of the player engagement, and the likelihood that you can complete or that anyone would help you complete unless they're getting the majority of the points is not high. So if you don't give partial scoring for partially completed things on that final round, you're kind of losing that player engagement on the final round. I think.
yeah, I mean, I agree with you on that aspect. It's just gonna be, I don't want to add extra rules. Because then
I
I'd have to say, well, how many cubes is on here? Then you gotta
yeah
divide it by half. It just
yeah.
adds.
There's
I
there's
do agree that
always
the last turn is kind of weird, but
there's
it
always a
doesn't happen every game per se. Like
yeah
sometimes they just fill on the very last turn. But like I do agree that it is wonky if it
yeah
does happen, but there's no way we found to do that without adding more extra
yeah. I mean,
rules.
extra rules are good when you need them. You know,
Yeah.
when they're integral to the game. To me, I feel like that would be an important one. But if this is a total outlier and you only end up like this one out of every 100 plays, eh, okay. But if it's every third play, then yeah, you probably need it in there.
It
Um,
it only happens a little more on 4-player games, like 2
hmm,
and 3-player games, it doesn't happen as often.
mhm. um, the followers of those little meeple, the little pawns, they're awesome. I like them. They're really neat. But they don't do anything. Um, so just production cost wise, I would either integrate them into the game in some way, like maybe they go out into the temples and do cool things in the temples and they're involved in like what's happening on the board, or just make them tracks of things that I'm collecting, and you can save yourself a whole lot of production cost because they don't actually do anything.
Yeah, they're just, I mean, it's just set collection for,
Yeah, so you can do tracks or whatever, unless you actually integrate, which my preference would be you integrate them into what's going on the board for some more player interaction. Give me a reason to want one of these guys over another guy, because right now they're just, you know, 6 different colors of pawn, or five different colors of pawn. Um, Thematically, there's some stuff to engage a little bit more to go. My question thematically is, why are we building the same rooms 3-ish times each? Um, like, are they getting demolished between each time, or what's happening to them that we have to rebuild them again?
it's just I don't wanna have like some weird boards or different things to add.
Okay, just thematically, it would be nice to have like a obvious like reason why we're building that sanctuary again. You know, maybe
Yeah,
there was a
it
tidal
all,
wave. I don't know.
they all died after. Once they're all built, they just got hit by a tornado.
Yeah. Um, so there are some cards that have abilities that remove a cube from a temple.
Mhm.
And my question is, what if you remove a cube from an already completed temple?
You're not allowed to.
You're not allowed to. Okay, so there's an example of an extra rule, um, that is like a little tack on rule that maybe you could figure out the base mechanics where you wouldn't need it. Um, but that answers that. Yeah. One less card total. Power card. I liked some of Sasha's ideas about, more of a heat style thing where you add you have a very few powerful cards in your deck rather than everything being unique. As far as like unique versus same. And then one less card total, have 14 cards so that on your final turn you start with 5 and don't have one still sitting in your deck. I don't know. Either way, I'm not too worried about it. Gather. There's a couple of powers to increase the temple values. And I don't know if anybody else felt like those were useful or interesting, but I didn't. Did anybody else use those in a way that they felt was interesting?
The only
Which
time that I used
ones?
it is when I was right before I was gonna be on that same turn. I would be the one that was getting the highest point value thing. That was the only time that I felt like it was useful. I definitely was thinking maybe I want to ditch these because if other people aren't getting more points, then I'm fine with it.
Right.
If other people are pumping those up, then I can potentially get more
Yeah.
points.
Every time I did it, it was to my benefit, my opponent's gain at a negative trade-off to me.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was always bad for me
Yeah.
to beautify.
Yeah. Yeah. To me, those powers seemed at best equivocal, and probably not your best use of a power. The value proposition just didn't seem great. So, I don't know if that's true. Maybe that was just this play, but it didn't seem good to me. And alternatives are, they can just progress each time they get filled up or whatever. Or again, if you have some tidal wave event that's destroying all the buildings, maybe that's when they all move up by 1 or whatever. I don't know. And then I have kind of some larger concepts, ideas, where you could essentially cut out rounds-ish.
Okay.
And cut down the time between player turns. And you've probably tried something like this, but in my head, I was envisioning every player's deck is partially the same and partially unique, where you have at least 5 cards that are all exactly the same. And those are your 5 starting cards. Those start face down every game for your first game. Right? When you read the rule book and you're going through, these 5 cards go in these 5 spots for every player on that first hand. It's basically a learning hand.
Yeah, we've tried stuff like that.
And then your next draw, you're going to have more unique stuff or whatever. And that way, there's at least half of the cards in everybody's deck where you're like, oh yeah, I know what that one does. I know what that one does. So you have some of the benefits and some of the detriments of both things in kind of a mixed way. Plus, it gives you it cuts down on that first round decision making when you don't really know why anything would be good or wouldn't be good necessarily. It just kind of it kickstarts you into the game. And that can be to cut down on basically, and I think you said you tried something like this, so maybe it just didn't work for whatever reason, but you have those 5 cards down and then everybody reveals, or not everybody, in turn order, this person gathers and then this person gathers and then this person gathers and this person gathers. After you've gathered, right, you have a hand of 3 cards and you pick one to place back down into gather and then you draw 1 card. Right, and that's basically your turn. You're enacting 1 card and then replacing it face down, or putting a card underneath it face, whatever you need to do to track that's where you're at in the cycle. But you have your card face up and then you pick one and put one underneath face down and then draw another card. So you've always got 3 cards in hand to choose from, and you just go around. Everybody does their gather one at a time and replaces a card face down and gather. Everybody does recruit. Everybody does ritual. Yada yada yada. build, yada yada. The only things that would mess up are there are a few of your abilities that like trigger things on cards that would reveal later. That's fine. You can put a cube on them or whatever to remember that there's a trigger there. I don't know, or just change those abilities so that they only are going to trigger things that were done prior to them. But in that way, every player always has the next card ready to go always, and there's no setup, like cleanup, upkeep stage um, between rounds. And everybody's doing the thing that's relevant in that moment. So like everybody's, you're watching people. People are putting out their sacrifices at the same time. So just like it stages the game in a way where the things that are relevant that are happening in the moment are relevant for everybody in that moment, and you're not waiting. You're waiting a fifth of the time between your activations, right?
Yeah, we've definitely tried that, and it makes the game go extremely longer, and it adds all these weird things to it.
That's okay. Interesting.
We'd have to change a lot, but it definitely did not work.
Okay, sure. Do you know why it lengthened it?
Why it goes longer?
Yeah.
Because then you have to do, all right, I'm doing my gather, here's this. Everybody else goes, and then you go. And then it adds more turns.
Okay. All right. Let's see. To increase tempo. If you did get rid of shells, my idea for what the gather, because you wouldn't want to get rid of that top spot, right? You wouldn't want 4 spots. You'd still want the 5 spots, just because that's how your game functions.
Yeah, definitely has to have a 5.
Yeah, this top spot could be the place that says which temple is getting beautified, right? You'd be like, oh, I'm beautifying this one, and that's what you change the name, but that's what that top slot could do is you'd be moving up one of those doodles. So anyway, long story short, I really like the basic concept. I think time between turns is an issue, at least in our play. Um, I'm concerned about the asymmetrical decks having variable strategies within them. In a way that I think they should. And I think it would be probably the best idea would be to have a mixture of lots of cards that are the same and several to more cards that are unique. And I was just noticing your answers to a lot of feedback are, well, that's only going to happen during the first play, you
Right.
know, and just that as an answer, just it chops down your eventual player base quite a bit. Because if the answer to the problem is always, oh, well, that's only on your first play, then you're just going to get so many fewer second plays to get through it.
Right. I've tried, I
So
mean,
just
over
think
all
about
the
that.
games that I've worked on and designed, whenever we try to add something easier and better for the first play,
Yeah,
it either doesn't work or people don't want to play again because they don't find it interesting enough. So, I mean, that's just my design preference per se.
yeah,
While it may be right or not, I
yeah,
just I don't partake. I know it's probably not the correct answer, but I don't partake to making the first time the best per se.
yeah,
I use it more as a learning, and then the next game
yeah,
is when you come back. Because every time I try to do something where it just makes it easier and just doesn't work.
yeah. I mean, every designer's a little different. We all have our things where we're like, I think that common knowledge is stupid, and I'm not going to do that. I have things like that, where I'm like, I just don't like it. I'm not going to do that. That's not who I am as a designer. And that's actually, if you have those places where you just dig in and you're like, nope, all my games are going to be like this, then the people that love your games are going to love your games, and that's totally fine.
Yeah, I'm much of a design for the 5th, 10th play versus the
Yeah.
first play.
Hmm.
That's just my personal style.
Totally. Cool. But yeah, that's what I got.
If I could just add a quick thing,
Mhm.
Yeah.
Inspired by some of what Evan was saying. I would be pretty interested in seeing, like, I'm also curious what your thoughts on it, how you sort of change this. But when these monuments fill up, if they immediately get emptied rather than when they're all filled up.
Oh, I didn't say that. That was another one. Yeah, I like that.
The reason that is because you're just gonna keep dumping. You're just gonna keep dumping stuff into one room.
Well, I mean, but you could incentivize doing other ones, like whenever one is completed, for example, then you like bump up the beauty
That's
of the
when you
other
would bump
ones.
it up. Yes, each time it's completed. Yeah.
And so then, like, you wouldn't want to do the same one over and over again, because then its value would never be going up. And that would also sort
That
of
is
make
an
it
interesting.
that would also make it so that you're always having that you wouldn't have that last sort of couple turns problem where you have a bunch of empty ones. There would always be like some build up.
Yeah, that's actually interesting to do.
And also then, like, the thematic thing, what this is feeling like, I hate to use the word ritual because you're using the word ritual here, but these sort of feel like rituals a little bit, like we're all sort of contributing to this, and the people that contributed most to that ritual, and then that's why it sort of goes away, is the ritual was completed or something. Like, obviously you don't want to call them rituals if you have something else that's ritual, but that's just like where my thematic brain was going, rather than like you're demolishing a monument and rebuilding the
Yeah,
monument.
so originally one of the first play tests is people would just bump up the value and get it. So we've had that thinking like, all right, if people just are gonna bump up the value and go to that, then it's not gonna be as fun. So that's why we did it this way. But that actually would be pretty interesting where you're not gonna keep going to the same one if it's only gonna score you 4 points.
Yeah.
That
Mhm.
is
And
that is interesting because sometimes the beauty cards aren't as interesting.
Mhm.
So that would cut that out.
yeah.
Yeah, that's
And on top of that, I think from a thematic standpoint, I think lots of sort of games will do this. Whereas if you're spamming the same spell, it's just like, it's not very good. So like switching, like diversifying, like what spells you're doing, or like whatever these are thematically, you like diversifying benefits you, like the gods, the old gods, or whatever these cults are sort of following, appreciate people that like do different things rather than just do the same thing over and over again.
yeah, that actually that is a pretty good idea.
Yeah, that
And it
was part of my cutting out rounds thing, was that those just cycle out like that. I really like that, Sasha.
Yeah, no, Evan, it was completely my idea. You don't get
No, I thought of it first. I just wanted to point that out.
yeah, that is definitely a cool idea because it fixes. You're not just gonna keep going to the same one because that's not worth much.
Mhm.
So then it's gonna keep pushing you to other ones, and that would create some pretty cool and weird interactions that I think would
Mhm.
work.
Yeah, and like something that would, I did have a card that did feel pretty awkward, just as a final point. I don't actually have that much more to talk about, but where is it? To place upon, nope. I had one that it only worked if only one opponent's color was in the spot. I can't, I'm not sure where it is now. Oh wait, it's probably in this pile somewhere. Oh yeah, this one. This one was another one that there was like, because of how this works currently, I knew on the first turn of the game this would be great, or on the turn right after the reset. Otherwise, it just isn't going to do something.
Mhm.
And so, yeah, this ability felt weird to me. Like it felt way too situational. But this would likely be adjusted or changed if you did change how if these cycled out immediately or whatever. Yeah. Anyways. Nothing more to add over here.
Anybody else? Anything else to pipe in?
Just on your temples switching out. I did have the same thought about having them as they fill up, that they would.
Did you have it before Sasha or before me?
I had it like a year ago.
No, dang it.
Prophecy.
But I thought it'd be cool, like Evan was saying, that the same temple is cycling over and over. This is adding. Adding is not what you want to do, but if you had different tiles that you could lie on there, then you could name them differently. They could be slightly different shapes. You might have some quick ones, you might have some longer ones, but the tiles would all be the same. And you just put those onto the board in the appropriate spot of where the temple is. And now this temple becomes this temple. Whether that fits into the publisher's idea of components.
We originally had some ideas like that, but then I didn't want to pitch it to a publisher and be like, yeah, you need all these pieces and extra things. That's how we kind of took the simpler route.
Yeah, it's a very valid point, and one that I would think about highly before I added any components. That's a stretch goal.
Stretch goal. Cool. All right. Jack, it's time for your question.
Well, I always like to ask the designer, when you hear all this feedback and seeing your game from your vantage point, Brian, what do you see as we're playing tonight? And from your feedback, what'd you hear that you're interested in?
Not to hate on everybody else, but I think Sasha gave me the best feedback.
And I won the game.
Dang it.
Yeah,
I am the best.
Combo.
I know I'm not trying to hate on anybody else, but Sasha, I think, yeah, the hybrid idea definitely will fix some of the issues. And I think it might have been Evan's idea, but I don't know whose idea it was to, once it fills another room, the other rooms go up. That's really interesting. And I think that's going to create much more interaction that we need. Some of the other things I don't know if mathematically are possible, given I don't know Nate's crazy math system. So I would have to, I do agree that cutting out currency could be done. And it also eliminates extra components in certain things. I don't know if it can mathematically be done, but it is an idea I'm going to talk to him about. So those are the three main takeaways that I got from it.
Nice.
But I also still don't know if asymmetric hybrid or the same deck is good, and I don't think I ever will. I think I just got to keep, like I said, we've tried with everything but the hybrid idea.
Mm-hmm.
Some people like it, some people don't. It's always 50-50.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the hybrid idea is much more interesting. And then being able to switch out certain cards once you learn. Because one of the ideas is if you use the same deck, you learn on everybody has the same deck. The next time you could say, I don't want to learn a new deck. I want to use this deck.
Mm-hmm.
But then you're like, okay, maybe a couple cards I want to change out. So you switch out a couple cards and make it a little bit cooler and different. You just have to, it's a lot more mathematical rebalancing that I'd have to figure out, but it does fix some of the issues.
and then you can sell booster packs.
Yeah.
No,
I just need
just
to,
kidding.
I just need to get somebody to take harder looks at it.
Mhm. Yeah. Well, best of luck. I hope that at Origins you get lots of good playtesting in and
Oh yeah.
maybe some interested eyes on it.
Right.
Hey, the feedback you guys gave us for Hero Saga, like we completely redid it and rechanged it.
Nice.
And that's the game I have like a bunch of pitch meetings for already.
Oh,
After
sweet.
Wow.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
Nice.
we pretty
That's
much
great
fixed
to
every
hear.
single issue that happened in the,
That's great.
like you'd play it again and be like, this is a completely different game.
That's great.
Sweet.
Nice. Well, gentlemen, should we get out of here and let Jack close his eyes permanently?
Yeah.
Hey, I usually go to bed at 12.
Permanently?
I usually go to bed at
Whoa.
12:30 and it's
No, I mean not
3:30.
permanently, but for the night. He's
Sacrifice.
I
Yeah,
don't
I'm
think
the sacrifice.
I don't think I'm getting up at 8 a.m. for my morning run tomorrow.
Yeah, no kidding.
okay. Let's tell everybody where we can find each other. Brian, I think we had
Yeah.
your links down below, but go ahead and tell everybody how they can support you, where they can find you at Origins and all that. And
So I'm a weird individual and go by many things, but you can find me on Facebook at my name, Brian Shoemaker. You can find me on pretty much other platforms as Cool Dad Shorts. If you're looking for our business, which is Glass Shoe Games, which is a small publisher, we're Glass Shoe Games on everything. If you're looking for media, you can find my wife on everything as Kara the Blonde Unicorn. And lastly, if you need any marketing, I can do anything from gaming to cars, you name it. We've done it for Blonde Unicorn marketing.
awesome.
You can find me at any of those.
Awesome. Trevor.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm Trevor Olson. I have one game that should be coming to Kickstarter in the next year or so called Alcatraz Escape the City. We did just get, I believe, nailed down a graphic designer, and I've already got the artist all lined up. So
Fancy.
it's a matter of making a table of time to make things happen. But anyway, Alcatraz Escape the City, the Facebook group's probably the best way to just get a hold of me. If you want to playtest, give me a shout. I just also put up a TTS mod, and I can let you into that if you just message me.
Awesome. Sasha.
I will be at Origins in the Unpub room on Thursday and Sunday. Well, I'll be there a bunch of times, but those are the times I have table space. I'm gonna be there with Dovecot and Depletion are my two main games that I'm sort of pushing forward.
They all start with D's.
They all start with these. That's actually part of our branding. But I believe there's a Discord link for S&E Games. That's my buddy and I, my buddy Eric and I. That Discord server is how we set up playtests. If you're interested in playtesting our games or reaching out or whatever, reach out that way. Or say hi at Origins, because I'd love to meet you.
Jack.
Nice. You can find me on Facebook, Jack Dunbar. It's probably the easiest place, or newkingdomgaming.com.
And you have a game coming out.
I do. Yeah, New Kingdom Gardeners. It's coming out.
Go get it, everybody. 10 copies each.
Yeah,
Give
yeah.
it to your friends.
Buy them for your friends.
Evan Halbert, After the Empire, go buy 17 more copies of that if you haven't already. Expansion hopefully comes out next year, and maybe a couple other games. That's it. We did it. Thanks, everybody
Nice.
who was in the chat. Thanks, Trevor, Sasha, and Jack for showing up and playing with me.
Yep.
I always appreciate
Thanks,
that.
Brian.
And then Brian, thanks, man.
Thanks for showing us your game.
Yeah, thanks for coming
Of
on
course,
and
I
playing with
look
us.
forward to meeting half of you at Origins.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
half of us will
And
be
we
there.
look forward to seeing this game again someday.
You can see it in a week, hopefully with some updates.
Yeah,
But you're not going to Origins, Jack.
No.
I won't be there. But
All right.
okay.
Thanks for coming on.
Thank you
See you, everyone.
guys.
Have a
Have a
good
good
night.
one.